Period. Uh, 5:05, and we will open the Board of Selectmen regular meeting on Wednesday, January 14th. First item on the agenda is our first Selectmen remarks. I just wanted to, again, I mentioned it before, but I did want to, again, recognize that Warren Connors is retiring as of the end of this month. There will be a get-together held for Warren on Thursday, January 22nd, from 12 to 2 here in this meeting room. So if you'd like to come in and just say anything to Warren. I also thought I'd let everyone know, if you don't know already, that the Daily Bagel has opened up on Amity Road at the old, for those people who remember the old UPS store. It's located at the old UPS store, and it has opened as of this Monday. There will be, we hope there will be a grand opening celebration or ceremony for them at some later date, but right now he just wanted to open and get things started. So it opens at 6 a.m. for those who are interested. Next meeting, next month, we'll actually be providing you, we're working on right now, I've been working with New Samaritan, the owner of the current Warner property on Lucy Street, Chaffa, and the state in regards to transferring the lease, or actually we'll likely be executing a new lease with New Samaritan to take over that property. One of the things that we're working on also that you'll be receiving, the board will be receiving to consider, is a tax that we've talked about it in the past, but I'm not sure if everyone was here. Amy and Lauren were here. We will be also looking at a tax incentive for that property so as to enable them to be able to maintain rates, low rental rates. And New Samaritan is a nonprofit organization, and the intent is for us to deed restrict all of those units, so they will count toward Woodbridge. So they would count toward as deed restricted affordable homes here in our town.
Don't they already?
No, there's 6 of them are deed restricted. 6 of them are, but not all of them. Correct. The other ones are just because of the current rent structure. They're at the threshold of affordable, but it's not official, so they don't count toward our stock.
So how many units will that?
Total of 30, so there'll be additional 24 units.
Excellent.
It really will help. Because it's an elderly complex, the point value associated with that is lower than it would be otherwise. If they were market rate, they would be more, but it still helps in terms of our stock. It will bring it up. So we're working on that. There has been a little bit of some work that needs to be done between the new owner, New Samaritan, and Chaffa, that they're working out right now. So my intent is to, at least for us to have our paperwork. I'm working with Nick and his legal team on preparing the paperwork so we can give it to you folks for consideration and move from there.
Mika, the tax ordinance incentive you mentioned, if I recall correctly, is not specific to that property. It would be...
There are a couple of options.
Okay.
And so we're
So
kind
we'll
of weighing
revisit
which
that.
options we can use. One of the options is actually to incorporate something into the lease, if I'm not mistaken, so as to make sure that it's specific to this property. Another is to do what we've said about the ordinance. That opens it up a little broader in the sense of enabling somebody to come in and we can do this if we so select to do that. So, but there are a couple of different options we're looking for.
Ordinance has to go through a public hearing though. So
The whole process,
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Whereas a lease
We've got a
would
draft,
not.
correct.
I
Well-
don't want to
The board
digress
is-
into...
Yeah.
but-
And we're going to have a full discussion on
Okay,
this,
all right.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
Most folks know it's January, mid-January at this point in time. So we're heading into the budget season. For us here at this table, that means a lot of meetings. And really looking into exactly what's happening from the town department standpoint and what we're doing from an expense standpoint. So Tony will be working on that. Tony and Karen have been working on that. And so there's more to come, and we will be learning more from the departments as we have in the past. The departments, and for those who may not know, departments have been instructed that in addition to providing us their needs, as they have done historically, we've asked them to also provide a report, not statistically line item basis, but a report as to what the impact of a zero budget would be on their operation. So if we were not to increase at all, what would be the implication in terms of their specific operations? So, and again, that's a report. That's not a spreadsheet with numbers or anything along those lines, but rather a report. The Connecticut DOT just recently this week had a public information center with regard to the Heroes Tunnel and what the plan is for the Heroes Tunnel. They indicated that there will be additional information that they'll provide. I'm not certain if there will be another public information center for that particular project, but there will be other opportunities. Right now, the public can input to them at the Connecticut DOT for the Heroes Tunnel. And Allison, actually, I think what I would, if you make a note, I'd like to make sure that we have a place where people can go. I think Tony actually has it on the website.
Homepage,
It's on the
right
web,
on the
yes.
front page of the website,
Yes, we
right
did.
there, Heroes Tunnel, there's links to the DOT, all the information on that is right on our homepage.
And it's important to understand, this is different than the project, the DOT project that has been talked about for many, many years with regards to that interchange where our local roads are concerned. That's a separate project. Timing on the projects are very close together. So one of the questions we've already asked DOT, and one of the things that they'll be providing us is that there will be another information session for that specific project on February 3rd. That'll be held in New Haven at the Fire Department Academy on El Grasa Boulevard. There will be information distributed on that as well. But again, that's more impacting to us in the sense of it's very specific to Litchfield Turnpike and the entrance and egress, the exits and entrances to the Mirror Parkway from our roads. One of the most dramatic changes that I've seen that I'll mention is that one of the plans right now is to close the current northbound ramp that you take the left-hand turn on Pondale Lily to get to, and rather keeping it on the opposite side of the road. So it's on Litchfield Turnpike, and it kind of goes around where that exit comes out right next to the gas station, which would significantly impact the traffic patterns as they go by. It would be really helpful. It'd make a big difference down in that area in terms of kind of cleaning that up a bit. So, as I said.
Horrible during the process.
I'm sorry?
Horrible during the process.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But worth it, hopefully.
And as I said, that'll be February 3rd. And wanted to also to make sure that the public was aware that our tax relief programs that we expanded for our elderly and disability and for veterans took effect as of last week. So we have put together some information, and we will be prominently displaying it on the website. And applications will be accepted from February 1st to May 15th. And to give you some idea in terms of the tax and totally disabled program, we increased the amounts of the credits, and we increased the minimum salaries associated with in order to qualify. It is very important to understand that the applications begin as of February 1st. You must apply, and I believe they go on until May. But you must apply in order to receive the credits. And there are also some local veteran exemptions that have taken place as well. That will be it for my report. Our next item on the agenda is our town planner update. We hired, my office hired Tyke Planning and Policy Group, represented today by Mike D'Amato and John Guskowski. And they've been already engaged with our town in terms of helping our TPZ with the POCD, and as well as some of the TPZ applications that we've been working with and on. And so we thought it was a good time now with the new board for us to introduce them so that you understand who they are. And so if you have any questions, we can ask and go from there. So with that, John, Mike, thank you for joining us today. Our engagement with them right now is for a year, and with options for us to continue beyond that. And I'm not sure if anybody has any questions, but, John, John, since I can see you, or Mike, if you could just kind of start telling us a little bit about who you are and what you're bringing to the town of Woodbridge, we'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry to,
Wait, hang on just a second, John. John, just a second. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Just to clarify, you said it's a 1 year or 4 year?
No, it's not a 4-year contract.
1 year?
We'll review it after a year, correct?
And when is that? What's the date of the contract
Signed
expiration?
September 18th.
Thank you.
Okay, and then for how much money was that?
It's about half of what the budget required, a little over half than what the budget we set for it. I think it was about $48,000.
Thank you. Sorry.
John, we can hear you, yes. Yeah, you hear me. Mike's Wi-Fi is a little bit choppy. I think he may keep his camera off to preserve that, but I think he's with us. I'll just introduce ourselves briefly, and then I'll let Mike get into some specifics, because he's been sort of taking some of the point role on this. So Mike and I founded Hiking Planning Policy Group about 5 years ago. We both worked for a larger engineering firm, and we spun off because we wanted to be able to serve the needs of small and medium-sized towns in Connecticut with a little bit more of a personal touch, and not be so worried about timesheets and clock watching. Since that time, we've grown to 7 full-time staff, and we have some ongoing engagement with a little over 30 communities around Connecticut. We are at this point exclusively in Connecticut, and have really tried to focus on sort of the needs and concerns and limitations and opportunities of small and medium-sized communities. And actually we've expanded our services to serve larger communities, such as we wrote the town of Waterbury's plan of conservation, or their affordable housing plan. We do zoning enforcement and zoning administration for the city of Hartford, and then meanwhile help communities as small as Scotland and Hampton, each under 2,000 people, basically with planning, zoning, wetlands, community development, grant writing, project administration, economic development, just a whole variety of things. We try to meet towns where they are and fill in the gaps, and basically help towns identify what they want to be when they grow up over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and sort of try to create a step-by-step process to help them get there. But meanwhile, helping the day-to-day stuff, doing application reviews, doing zoning enforcement, writing zoning regulations, and managing sidewalk construction projects, that sort of thing. And so we're excited to help Woodbridge sort of move forward. And this is, I think, a good time. You're sort of coming through some major planning processes. You've adopted a new plan of conservation and development that was effective 2 weeks ago. And that plan is in many ways sort of our blueprint for helping the town, because that plan establishes a number of clear goals and strategies to kind of move the town forward, whether it's looking at updating zoning regulations in the business district to try to look at expanding economic development opportunities in that area, and or looking at expanding other opportunities, protecting the character and resources of Woodbridge, and really we are not coming to this with our own agenda. Our job is to serve the town and help the town make good decisions based on best planning practices, state law, local ordinances and local regulations, and generally accepted planning practices. So we're really here at your disposal, and to sort of be your experts on the ground to kind of try to move the town from here to where it wants to go. And I'll shut up, and if Mike wants to add anything.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my Verizon's having some issues, and so my hotspot is not doing so hot. Hopefully my audio is decent.
We can hear you well.
So John gave a pretty good overview of us. Since we've been working with the town, my predominant focus, I've basically thrown into the deepest end of the pool with the Fountain Street application. So that was the better part of the late fall and early winter, just doing that review, getting up to speed and participating in the commission process and public hearing. And then have moved into the regulation amendments that were recently adopted and then will be contemplated as we move into February. I've met with some other members, met with 2 members of the Conservation Commission at their request last night, just to kind of, again, get to know each other, and they wanted to meet me and hear, sort of my background. And so, yeah, we've been sort of drinking from the fire hose. I described that to them in my meeting last night because there's a lot to get up to speed with, obviously with a new POCD and your affordable housing plan, the zoning regulation amendments, the Fountain Street application, Beecher Street is coming. So there's a lot of things that are going on. And so, I'm in a position right now myself where we're just trying to really take the lay of the land and as John said, not show up with any ideas about how we're going to plug and play. We've got obviously stuff at the golf course property. There's a lot of things going on in town that we need to get up to speed with before we're going to even suggest that we, start providing answers. So yeah, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or kind of give greater detail based on the board's, questions or interests or things we need to clarify.
Before we get into questions specific to John and Mike, I just want to explain that we chose Tyche. We went to Scrog to identify the town planning resources to see exactly what because they have a list of companies for different purposes that support towns, and they do a lot of vetting in terms of those particulars to make sure that they're obviously credible and competent. And so they provided us with 3 different companies, and myself, Tony, met with those companies to identify which ones we felt most comfortable and best would work with us best. And out of those 3, we selected Tyche to be. The other 2 were SLR and MJ Engineering. And so we selected Tyche. So with that, I don't know if anyone has any questions for Mike and John. Please.
Actually, first, just a question for you. Is my understanding that currently you as first selectman had the authority to enter into the contract, or did the full board of selectmen enter in the contract?
No, it is their service, similar to many other services like theirs, are considered to be, what's the word I'm looking for, Tony? Professional services. Thank you very much. So yes, the first selectman can opt to, as long as the budget is there, and the budget is there,
Okay.
can opt to secure professional services in the interest of the town.
Okay, and then did I hear right that this contract represents half of the budget?
A little more than half.
Okay,
Yes.
and is this, I thought I heard something about whether it was based on time input or not, because we could use all of your time.
We could.
With everything we have going on,
There is
so
a
I wanna
limit in
understand
terms
how it
of the
works.
amount of time that they spend. And Mike, I don't know if you want to go over there, or Tony, if you have that particular detail.
No, I don't need the particular
Okay.
detail at this point. I just did want to
Yes,
understand.
it is
the
limited in
time.
terms of the
Okay.
time. One of the benefits of working with Tyche and having it use less than the entire budget is that it includes, it's similar to what we do with our attorneys, also professional services. What we do with our attorneys is we work on a somewhat retainer basis.
Right.
And things that are outside of that retainer obviously are additional expenses based on an hourly rate.
Okay.
So there are times where that may be the case, depending on what's going on at any given point in time.
Okay. Well, then, you'll have to tell me what is or isn't in the retainer, but meanwhile, I have a few questions. One is, I know, John, you mentioned that you'd gone through the POCD. I don't know whether you've gone through the history of the town, which is that we have a history of doing a very poor job in terms of public input on planning. It started off with COVID, where the TPZ instituted 15 units per acre for opportunity housing during COVID, which came as you can imagine, as a bit of a surprise in our town. The affordable housing plan, it was at the end of COVID, 2022. We did not have a lot of public input into that. There's been many efforts to provide more correction, more public input. And even in December 2024, the now defunct opportunity housing regulations for Zone A were passed without any public input. So as you proceed, I just want you to know that there's a premium on public input in all of these processes. And yet another example of that is actually the POCD, which you said would be important to your work. It was rejected by the Board of Selectmen when it was in draft form. And there's a number of people who feel it needs work, I believe, including the TPC chair, but I won't put words in his mouth, he'll speak later, and talk of a subcommittee. The Board of Selectmen, in turn, had talked about, the previous Board of Selectmen, about a steering committee. And I know there's substantial interest, which Mike may be aware of after last night, of the Conservation Commission participating in improving that. A question that I have for both of you is that Ms. Hunter, when she was on the TPZ Commission, said on December 8th that the new law, SB 8002, which is now Special Act 25-01, I believe,
You got it.
replaces the affordable housing plan. Another place she says that the affordable housing plan is now obsolete, and if anybody wants, I can give you the hour and minute at which that was said. So my question is, what happens to affordable housing plans? I mean, we've had tremendous issues about that affordable housing plan. Do we just, does it just go away automatically by this new law? I mean, what are we supposed to be doing with it? What happens?
Sure. So the affordable housing plan that was section 8-30J in the general statutes has been replaced by a housing growth plan requirement that is either meant to be accomplished by each municipality or as a municipality participating in a regional effort. So I believe between June and July 2027, about 17 months from now, the town of Woodbridge will be presented with a choice. They will be presented with basically a targeted housing allocation for Woodbridge, along with the targeted housing allocation for every other municipality in the South Central Council of Governments region. It is not a mandated, you must hit this target. It is a goal that the town should ideally align itself towards for planning purposes. The COG will roll out that number, that expectation, and their methodology for reaching that number to all the towns in the region, and by June 1st, 2027. And ideally, the town will be in the loop about all of the planning that goes into it. But at that date, the town will have basically between June 1st and July 1st of 2027 next year to determine whether they want to participate in a regional housing growth effort or go it alone and come up with their own housing growth plan. The housing growth plan is pretty similar, I think, to the broad expectations of the previous affordable housing plans, in that it is a planning document. It is not a funding guide. It is not a written in blood commitment for the town to expend their money in constructing anything. It is just a plan for expansion of affordable housing opportunities in town. So it is very similar, but the process is going to be slowly rolled out, and it's going to be a little bit different, and there'll be an opportunity for the town to decide whether to participate regionally or go it alone. Ideally, we'll be very, very engaged, and you all will be very, very engaged in those conversations with the COG as they roll out their process. But yeah, it's an affordable housing plan under a slightly different name and a slightly different approach. But the broad state commitment to having every town come up with a strategy to hit a target is unchanged.
So I'm trying to understand what our newly created Housing Commission should be working on. Should they working on fixing the affordable housing plan, which many people have said is flawed, or is there some information you can give them of what would constitute a growth plan as opposed to under this new law, so they can adapt or start over? That's, I think, we just
So one
created
thing
this
that-
commission.
Oops, sorry. The one thing that I would add, which I think may speak to your question, is why, there's some people, or perhaps many people, that have heard that this bill was passed, and other people that haven't. And I think part of that is there is a lot of cooperation and work that needs to happen in sort of the rungs of government above municipalities. The COGS, as John explained, are very involved in this, and OPM as well. And so they are still working together, the COGS, to figure out what the bill says, what their obligations are, and how they want to communicate what will happen to their municipalities. They have been working internally to make sure that they're sort of communicating, I think, consistently. And so a lot of that has not been defined by the COGS. And so this idea of these regional plans, they haven't formalized it yet. I think that, it sounds like over the next month or so, maybe a little bit more, that there's a session that's happening next week. John and I are on the presenting team for with the COGS, and sounds like after that they'll have a better idea of how this is going to roll out and what they envision this process to look like. And I think that's when you'll start getting more information and feeling like they're reaching out to their towns to say, here's how this is going to go, here's what we're going to do. And then at that point, I think you can start working on the contents, but also making a decision on if the town is going to participate or go it alone.
And when you say they, John, just to be clear, you're referring to the COG, correct? The SCROG in our case. Our Council of
Right.
Government is the South Central Regional Council of Government.
But you're saying
Yeah,
that would happen much sooner than June of 2027? Or no? Or
They will be starting sooner, and the idea is so that it's kind of going to be a process. So the first thing that needs to happen is the state needs to establish a methodology and come up with sort of the big number of affordable housing needs statewide, and then they will allocate that by COG. So the 9 councils of government, including SCROG, will be given a big number to allocate amongst their 12, 15, 19, whatever
Right.
the number is in each region, to allocate amongst those municipalities, using a similar methodology or to define their own methodology. And a lot of that analysis will also need analyses of infrastructure and unbuildable area, your ledge, your wetlands, your floodplain. So there's and all of that work is going to be starting kind of any time now, and going to be taking place over the next 6 to 9 months, to do kind of this initial analysis, essentially at the state level, that will then get pushed to the regional level, and then that will then come down to the town level, which the town will have to decide whether we're in or we're out. But in the meantime, these conversations, all of these conversations, ideally, are going to be happening in public, and insofar as the region is having these discussions, Woodridge will and should have a seat at the table to see how their allocation discussions are going, and to make sure that they incorporate all the community's input. So it, and meanwhile, I guess maybe to your question, what should the housing commission or your housing committee do? Is, I think, be engaged, and also be engaged in this process, and then also make sure that the housing committee is drawing their charge from the plan of conservation and development, and the other sort of master plan, so that we don't have the housing committee working at cross purposes from economic development, working at cross purposes from planning and zoning, working at cross purposes from selectmen. Ideally, we are all sort of rowing in the same direction here, and it's just about sort of who's tackling, who's eating what part of the elephant. All agree that we need to undertake this big thing together.
Okay, well, I would suggest the Board of Selectmen has a lot of discussion to do about exactly that and the coordination, but just for this purposes, I wanted to highlight that there has been poor planning in the past. We need to get this right for this new law. we need to correct and update the POCD in various ways. You all should be aware that that has to happen. In turn, if you have any resources that you can recommend for giving the public in general an introduction to this new law, I think there's a lot of interest in town. I saw that CCM, the Conference on Connecticut Municipalities, is offering a webinar on January 30th, which I'm hoping maybe we could record and then put on GATV. And maybe we could even, it's at 10 a.m., but maybe we could even have it at the library if anybody wants to, watch it with us. But I think we need to get as much information out there to our residents as possible about this, and I hope we can do that. I also have questions which maybe are more appropriate for Mike in another venue, specifically about the details of the permit issued to 804 Fountain Street, just not understanding it.
Yeah, we are getting off from where we are. This is an introduction
Right,
to
I
these
know,
folks, so
but
you
I'm just-
understand what it is they do.
I
We
just wanna
absolutely have the
Yeah.
every intention of, we have
Made
every,
clear to us. This
so-
is our opportunity to,
There-
we've never met them before, we have,
we're not here to talk about specific permitting or anything along those lines. The intention here is for us, this is what was asked for. Please understand, we will absolutely have these discussions. We've already started these discussions.
I was giving a heads up, but
So-
I do have one more general question.
please,
If I
please.
could. Where we have done a lot of coordinated somewhat, or at least overlapping work is the business district.
Yes,
And I just want to make clear that for everybody that I would hope that that's the first place where we utilize this group of people
They
and
have
their
already-
expertise.
they've already
because-
been
because-
introduced to EDC
No,
specific, I'm sorry,
and
you're
just
right.
if I just could
To the-
finish, because we have
Yes.
these multiple different things that we've had undertaken. We have, the placemaking, the this, that, and the other thing. And if they could concentrate on that area first, which is also the smart growth area, which was recommended, as I understand it, as a focus under this new law to do smart growth, I think that would be most fruitful for everybody in town, and have an opportunity to bring our different entities together, EDC, housing, et cetera, to work cooperatively together and start to create a model for the larger efforts that we need to do of coordination. It's
I
just
agree.
a suggestion.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's a suggestion, it's already in progress. The first group that we introduced Tyke to outside of TPZ who needed their assistance immediately was EDC.
Okay.
They've met with EDC very specifically to focus on the business district with the intent of identifying the zoning regulations that need to be modified or need to be changed or need to be added or however they need to be done in order to enable us to do some of the things you're suggesting. So yes, I couldn't agree with you more. It's already started, the engagement is already there, and Tyke has been introduced to that group, and they will continue to do that group. There will be extensive public input opportunity for anything we do, whether it's there, whether it's wherever it might be. So it's something that we've already started. We will continue to go forward with, and we've been finding so far that the approach and the expertise that this group is providing us is productive and lends to understanding that we can end up in help us to get where we need to get to.
Excellent. And that will
And-
include opportunity housing regs?
It will, yes, they're engaged in that as well.
For
Again, they're very
the
much.
business district?
Yes.
Yes.
It will, yes. And
That's what I'm saying. It's the overlay of all these different things. Yes.
understood,
Yeah.
understood.
Thank you.
so Mika, I, am just wondering if this is not an opportunity to ask specific questions about things that they've already worked on.
Mhm.
When will that opportunity be?
When we have them here specifically for that purpose. It is not, they're certainly, I didn't prepare them or ask them to prepare to give us a summary of everything that they're working on or anything along those lines. The intent today was to introduce them to them, make sure you understand who they were, what their capabilities are.
Okay, well, when I read an agenda that says town planner update, when they've been working here since September. I assume that meant it was an opportunity to get specific updates, not just an introduction, but updates on what they've been working on and an opportunity to ask some questions about what they've been working on. I don't think that should take much preparation. 'Cause
Actually, I think
they've
that
been working on it. I'm
they-
not asking for a report out, but I do want to know. I have specific questions about the application that they helped advise TPZ on with Fountain Street. You're telling me I can't ask those questions now?
No, I'm suggesting that we try to limit the conversation so as to not, for the next 2 hours, discuss one item that's of particular interest to you.
Okay.
And they did provide an outline and a summary of what they provided, but I certainly have no issue, John and Mike, if you would provide any additional information that Andrea might have as far as questions regarding some of the things that you've worked on. Certainly, that's fine.
Well, thank you, though. I'm still a bit confused. I guess I'll step back, and Mika, last term with a different town planner, I had advocated for routine check-ins with the Board of Selectmen. It kind of never came to fruition as I remember it. Can you speak to me about the plan moving forward with Mike and John and their engagement with the Board of Selectmen?
John and Mike, there's no issue with quarterly updates from a Board of Selectmen standpoint, is that correct?
No, I mean, we are flexible and we can do, a lot of those things that keep people in the loop. And, just to speak to it a little bit further, the bulk of the work, I think I touched on it when we started, was related to getting up to speed with the Fountain Street application and working with the TPZ. So attending those meetings and supporting the commission, we really don't have much autonomy to do things sort of on our own in this role. We're supporting something an Economic Development Commission might be doing, or the TPC, like regulation amendments that we talked about. So, in this role, we're trying to support the endeavors and actions of those boards and commissions. So, a lot of the work that has been done, will be done, is through or in support of actions that another agency will take. And so, we can certainly provide updates and answer questions. And, John and I describe it as painfully available by many different methods, for whatever purpose. But that the primary role, sort of what we start with is, in that town planner position, is supporting the land use commissions that come out of a land use department in the activities that they sort of plan to undertake or have to react to.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. It's a little concerning and confusing that I heard you or John say in your opening remarks that you're using the POCD as your guiding document to the work you're doing when that POCD was rejected by this board. And
No, that's
in
not
the
what they're
draft,
using. They're not using the draft form, they're using the completed POCD
Okay.
document.
Well, the completed POC document was just shared recently
Correct.
with the board. And we have still yet to get an update on what was, and hope to momentarily from TPZ, on what was considered by the board, what wasn't, and why. But regardless, if there's not agreement, or even if that POCD was written largely based on the now obsolete affordable housing plan, it's confusing to me how that is guiding the work that you're doing, and how that will inform your work, at least between now and 2027, when we have a better idea of our affordable growth plan. So I guess that's a broad question I have for you. I have other broad questions, but I am very eager to ask you specific questions about things that you have already listened to and supposedly caught up to speed on because you've weighed in on these measures. So I will hold Mika accountable and you both accountable to being available, not next quarter, sooner than that, to get those questions answered. But please start with that one before I move on to another. Thank you.
So I mean, what I can say regarding the POCD, which was, obviously, essentially adopted when we started, right? We had no involvement in the preparation or any part of that. And the reason why at this point in time, that is the driver of decision-making is that when the Planning and Zoning Commission, TPZ, makes decisions related to things like zone changes and text amendments, statute says they need to find that those changes are consistent with the POCD. So at this point in time, the commission has to use the adopted POCD as the driver for decision making. Whether I or John or anybody in the room thinks it's good or bad is not the barometer for the decision-making process as is defined by statute. So, as I've heard from others, if there's a feeling that there's an incompleteness to the POCD or that it is lopsided in one direction or another, then the folks that feel that way or the entities or agencies that feel that way need to have those discussions with the TPZ to discuss whether or not a formal amendment is necessary. Because if somebody submits an application to the TPZ tomorrow that is for some crazy idea, the test that the bar they have to clear is showing that it is supported largely by the POCD. So if there's things in the POCD that are missing or that shouldn't be there, then we need to have those conversations. But as of right now, for certain planning decisions, the commission and as staff supporting them have to use the POCD as that guide.
So,
And to
Mike,
that-
just if I could on that, does
if I
that
might,
mean
Amy.
that the affordable housing plan, even though it's obsolete, but it's in the POCD, is still relevant? That's what I'm not understanding.
Yes. The short answer is yes. Again,
We-
the
I'm
affordable
sorry, I'm
housing
just trying to
plan
understand.
is basically remains in effect until it's replaced. And the state requirements for the development of a new plan has changed, but that doesn't mean the affordable housing plan that the town worked on and had hearings on and adopted is obsolete. It is due for replacement with a new thing.
Okay.
And it was certainly very, very valuable in developing the plan of conservation and development, and the plan of conservation and development, as Mike said, is really the plan that has the weight of statutory authority in guiding planning and zoning's decisions. Insofar as the affordable housing plan information and philosophy and goals were incorporated into the POCD, well, that's where they are. It's just because the state adopted a new process going forward doesn't mean everything that came before should be thrown out and ignored.
Okay.
by
Well,
any means.
So to
but
that-
just so you know, we had no hearing on the affordable housing plan. That was one of our flaws, so, yeah.
I'm not sure. I
Yes.
understand that there were some things, but I wasn't engaged in it at that
Yeah,
time, so I
there
can't
was-
say specifically
I
whether there
attended,
was
there
or
was a
not.
very brief minute, like within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But it was not a hearing because then the lawyer at the time said we didn't need to have a hearing even though, so just to use the term hearing is not accurate with respect to the affordable housing plan.
Again, the commitment being made is that there will be transparency and we will have public input. What I would say in reality is that the new POCD is not the draft that we saw. What I suggest is that we really kind of take a look at it. I think you'll see significant differences over what you saw in the draft. And I think you'll see that it does elevate conservation to a higher level than what was originally in the draft and is a lot more balanced than what we may have seen and what we had seen and what we were given as the draft initially. So I think what we need to do is review it and identify the reason we have this resource, why the reason we hired Tyche is specifically because of their expertise in helping us make these decisions and guide us through the process that we now have to go through as a result of the new legislation. SCROG, our Council of Government, is going to play a much broader role than it has in the past. TPZ is going to play a much broader role than they have in the past when it comes to the new legislation and what they're looking for as far as the housing growth plans are concerned. So there's a lot of things that are changing, and it is very specifically why we need someone with the expertise, as John said, and he kind of brushed over it, but we're using a resource that the state is also looking to provide information and input to their stakeholders in regard to this. So they're qualified, they certainly understand it, and they're here very much to help guide us through the entire process. We don't need and John, I don't know if you want to get into this at all, but our SCROG is, I think, the last council of government. Our COG, our council of government, is the last council of government that needs to present and identify. Is that correct? Are you familiar with that?
Well, I know that they split
Mike?
the plan adoption into halves.
Mhm.
I would have to check, that one set of plans is due in 2028, one set of plans is due in 2029. I don't recall offhand which one
Yeah.
SCROG is, but
I'm almost certain that
I trust your recollection of that.
Yep.
But yeah, so that plan does not need to get adopted until, 2028 or 2029.
And TPZ will have a liaison to the South Central Regional Council of Governments. They'll be appointing somebody.
I would certainly anticipate so. I don't think any of the COGs
That
have.
was more of a
again,
statement.
This law is about 6 weeks old at this point.
Yep.
And all of the agencies that are responsible for helping to develop the overall process are still sort of scrambling and figuring it out. So I am sure, and actually I happen to have attended a meeting at RiverCog, your neighbor to the east, earlier today, and they are just starting to figure out their process of rolling things out to the municipalities. But I would count on Woodbridge having multiple seats at the table, but I don't think they've announced those plans yet.
Additionally, I'm very much engaged myself personally in regards to our Council of Government. I am on the executive board, and at this point in time, very specifically because this is as important to us as it is, and we don't know exactly how much we will need to lean on the Council of Government in order, as we move forward with our decisions and with what we ultimately feel we need to do.
Well, I hope you'll encourage the COG then to provide public information in a friendly format for everybody as to what the new law means. And if I could, just one more request for public information. I think we could use a webinar, a presentation on what 830G is and what it isn't.
Something we already talked about. I
Yeah,
agree.
I think we need that very badly, and we need to provide that information to the TPZ and all our land use agencies.
I spoke to Mike specifically about that in terms of
thank
putting
you.
together some information in that regard. I
Yeah.
agree, I totally agree with you.
Thank you.
Totally agree with you.
It would be so helpful, at least from this seat at the table, to have routine monthly report outs of what is being advised, directed, how the town planners are being directed. Because the way I understand it, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but you are the only person, you're the gatekeeper of that direction.
Yeah, it's part of my job, yes.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
that's-
saying, but, but I'm an elected official. These are my taxpayer dollars paying for their contract. And I believe that we and the townspeople deserve much greater level of understanding of how those dollars are being spent and what is being done. It's very helpful to know that you've had that conversation with Mike about educating the public on 830G. If Amy didn't bring that up, how would we know?
You would have known when we announced that we were having
So is that how you want to do business? It's like how I found out you
It's-
hired a town planner. It was after the fact. We weren't informed.
You weren't included in terms of the process, in terms of hiring it. You knew
Or
we were
even-
going to hire a town planner because we put it in the budget.
Okay,
So
so that's how you want to
please
do business.
be-
Is
no,
just
all I'm
I
suggesting,
assume
Andrea,
it's gonna
is
happen
if
because
I'm
we're
going
budgeting it.
if I'm going to arrange for a meeting, I'm not going to call the board or take time in our meeting here to say, oh, by the way, I'm calling Mike D'Amato tomorrow to set up a
That's not
meeting for.
what I'm asking.
But that's, no,
No.
that sounds like what it is.
I think
but-
that's,
But I can tell you that we will absolutely be updating the Board of Selectmen in terms of what's happening, particularly from a housing standpoint, because I personally, and we all completely recognize how important it is and how sensitive it is to the public. So you can be assured that you will not be kept in the dark about things, but what I do on a daily basis, I'm paid to do. I'm here specifically charged with running the town on a regular basis. That's what I do.
I am keenly aware,
So,
and I am not asking, and I for an hourly update, or this is what I did today. I am just asking to be kept abreast of what
happy to do so.
our taxpayer dollars, how they are being used. And I think everyone in this audience and in the town would appreciate that just as much as I. Town planners, what is your experience working with ADUs and promoting them, educating? We have for now several years regulations that support ADUs that are very underutilized or taken advantage of. So can you please speak to me or us about your experience with ADUs broadly, if you've worked in other towns, kind of supporting those regulations?
I think this question came up in my meeting last night as well. I think I would gather say probably all or nearly all the communities that we're in and have similar relationships with are, allow for and permit ADUs. Our experience, and I think the experience statewide, there was a recent conversation about it in the planning community, are that many towns allow them, have chosen to go the route of allowing them as was informed by the recently or previously passed legislation, but there's something that just has not hit the ground and exploded in the way that was sort of thought or hoped. The reality is they are extremely expensive to construct, and so we just don't see them happening. The numbers that were discussed on the listserv not all that long ago, within the last 2 weeks, I think you're probably seeing maybe a couple hundred total have been constructed statewide, both interior and detached. It's just not, it has not been met with the demand that was expected. And I don't know, John, if you disagree, but.
No, I think cost is a major thing, but I would agree that public information has been somewhat lacking. I put up on the screen an example of a public outreach document that we put together for the town of Columbia, which is one of the towns we serve, that basically tries to spread the word about ADUs, what's allowable, how big they can be, how you apply, what they are, because the zoning could change, and 95% of the people in town have no idea that zoning just changed. So that public information, that follow-on information is very, very important, and we have experience in a number of towns doing that. But Mike is absolutely right that cost is when construction costs are somewhere between $300 and $400 a square foot. Even a small ADU, 750 square feet, 850 square feet, could run upwards of $300,000. It's a challenge.
Okay.
It's a challenge. But yeah, more public information is definitely needed, and we're happy to work on that.
John?
And having said that, I must apologize. I have actually 2 other meetings I have to jump off to. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I think Mike is able to stay on just a little bit longer if there are some follow-up questions.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, everyone.
Also, I wanted to point out in terms of what John just showed, if you go into our website under the Housing Committee, there is a fact sheet there as far as the ADUs are concerned that reflect what's available. Spoken with Chris about it, who every now and then will get an inquiry about it, and the inhibiting factor is very much, based on our conversations, is very much cost.
I think what we haven't done yet is to see if there are
Incentivize.
people that are out there who may have them already. And they were previously not allowed, but they were built quietly in law suites or whatever. But now we need to incentivize people to declare them and have that be something that we can list.
Right. We can list it if they have to be willing.
I know a few of them.
They have to be willing to, if I'm not mistaken, deed restrict the unit for 10 years.
Yes, for
as
10 years,
affordable.
which
Right.
is why we need to
Right.
give an incentive as a tax matter, but I think if people,
Family
I know
member.
people who built them for their potential, old
Yeah.
age and needing to put one in,
For their,
and so they could plan ahead for that 10 years. So-
Agreed.
So I think we ought to, that's a different kind of push for ADUs out there.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
running up against the hour
Yes.
at this point in time. We will arrange, as we had talked about, we will arrange for a time where we can discuss in more detail some of the particular aspects of what we've touched on today. But I did want to thank Mike and John. But thank you, Mike, for attending. Is there anything you wanted to finish off with, Mike?
No, I think we've covered a lot, and I'm sure there's a lot more to cover. Like I said, we're still in the learning and fact-finding stage, so we're trying to consume as much information as possible. So, all of the conversations, whether it's, talking to 5 different people about the same thing or about 5 different things, are sort of helpful for us to build in that color. I've been working for municipalities for 20 years, and it is still astonishing to me how long it takes to really feel like you can, with a straight face, say a community and can sort of walk around with enough knowledge to be confident in making decisions or trying to preemptively sort of understand where the community might want to go. Every town is truly different, and it takes time. So there's still a learning curve on our end, as we've sort of said and will continue to say. So we'll be learning from you and doing our best to support in however that may be necessary, and whatever's asked of us in filling that role. And it will shift as time goes on based upon how reactive we need to be and what is happening. But we're available, we're around, and we'll do our best to bring the town forward, where you guys are trying to go.
Mike, thank you very much.
Sure.
Look forward to continue working with you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to meet with everyone today.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, we're up against the hour. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I would just like to say that the board invites members of the public to step forward for public comment. I'm sorry?
We're skipping to the public comment.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should ask the board, actually.
Oh, no.
Is everyone in agreement and
Sorry,
for us to
Tony.
move into public comment at this point in time? To amend it?
Yes.
Great. Board invites the members of the public to step forward for public comment. Please state your full name and address. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes for public comment, and we may need to limit the overall amount of time allocated for any one item or topic. Speakers are reminded that comments should be made in a respectful manner. Derogatory language which maligns the characters of staff members, board members, or other members of the public is unacceptable and not in keeping with the board policy and core values. Please note that as a matter of policy, the board does not respond to public comments or questions immediately, but we may discuss the subject and respond if appropriate at a future time. Would anyone like to step forward for public comment?
Sheila McReven, 63 Center Road. Yeah, so I'm very pleased to be sitting on this side of the table. And I did want to welcome and congratulate everyone who is seated on that side of the table. Sure. Is this microphone on?
Is it on? I don't know that it's on.
Is this microphone on? Is this microphone on? I'll just talk
We're
loudly.
looking at Nick. We're looking at Nick behind you.
Yeah,
We're good.
it is.
The microphones are generally for the video recording and not in this room yet. That's what some of the tech upgrades will improve, so
They all need to speak like you do.
Well, yes, I know how to project my voice as well, it's one of my skill sets.
Okay, so I just want to briefly comment. Primarily, I know that it's only 14 days into your work on this board. I wanted to highlight for you that the work of the Strategic Planning Committee from the last board had an expiration date of December 31st, 2025, and I know it has been adopted in the POCD, and I just want to remind everyone that if in fact you want that document to continue, action to re-endorse it or change it, of course, as you may like, may need to happen. And then the other thing I just wanted to comment on is the new public comment statement of policy that was just read out, and just renew a concern I've previously voiced about viewpoint discrimination and some of the words that are used to describe this, respectful manner, derogatory statements, etc., might open up the board to a challenge on First Amendment principles. I think in this 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, and First Amendment principles are really important. They were important then, they're very important now as well. So I would like to just ask for consideration of how we could make this more about, we don't want disruption of the meeting, but you are free to say what you want to say while you have your 3 minutes on the floor. So just a suggestion for you. And again, just want to thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Nziska. I live on 22 Woodbine Road. I actually recently moved here with my lovely wife, Dana, in October. And I'm just asking about what exactly is being done to encourage development in this city, because I think we just need more tax revenue, principally that abandoned eyesore of Country Club. Are there any plans to develop it? If there are, what's the status? And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I think I can just point you to if you go to our website, there's a button on there that says CCW, and that'll provide you a lot of information in terms of that particular piece of property, just as information, and happy to talk another time.
Okay. With that particular development, like the plans to develop it, and
So it's the results of a study done on the website. It's under CCW.
Are there any other development plans?
There are. I'm trying not to do too much dialogue here, but there are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, so are you calling the CCW plan a development plan?
I'm saying that there is a plan that indicates options for that piece of property, yes. Yes.
Bonnie Blake, 64 Beecher Road. Can you hear me? Yay. I want to say thank you to all the new and returning board members for your service. It's a challenging time. I was asked to come here and talk a little bit about planning. That was my job for many years. I haven't done it in 10 years, so I am not an expert on the current housing situations in town. But I did work for small cities throughout the state of Connecticut. Some of the people that you had come to one of the previous meetings to discuss housing were people I worked with, like Dale Croup. And one of the first things they said was, do not try to thrust high-density housing units in a one-family area and shock the neighborhood. We need to think about that. One of the things I did as a planner was to go to each town that I represented and hold a town meeting with residents, because there was what the state wanted, there was what the town administration wanted, what the residents wanted. And somehow we had to try to gel those into a comprehensive plan. The town couldn't always have everything they want. I mean, the residents couldn't always have everything they wanted, but it was my responsibility to tell them what the state's goals were, what was required, what there might be grants available for, and then work with them, with the residents every step of the way. I am really deeply concerned about the challenges the town is going through with its housing needs. I do not expect the town to stay the same as it was in the 50s when my family moved here, nor like it was in the 70s when I bought the cheapest house in town, a rundown but affordable house, and it's still below market value, so probably could have still qualified for affordable housing. But residents do have the right to expect our town will not suddenly have all tall buildings on small lots in their neighborhoods and making it resemble more like New Haven than a quiet bedroom community as it was always designed. We need to proactively look at ways to encourage affordable housing units in ways that will benefit prospective renters and buyers while not downgrading existing housing stock and adversely affecting the well-being of residents. I was also a realtor and developer for 30 years, and as with all these experiences, one of the things that I came to the town 20 years ago and asked them to consider was in-law apartments. Not ADUs, in-law apartments. Real simple concept because you don't have to be in an area where there's public sewers and water. Typically, what often would happen is that people, empty nesters, they didn't need 2,500 square feet of housing. They might have a little extra space. You could reconfigure the house, minimal cost, don't step out of the footprint. The owner or the renter had to be 55 or over. That qualified as affordable units. Orange did it more than 20 years ago, extremely successfully. The neighbors weren't upset. The elderly citizens were thrilled. It was a win-win. Woodbridge rejected the plan. Now we get these ADUs. No one knows what the heck they are, and as the planner just said, they're expensive. The elderly people who would most benefit from this can't afford to construct my house isn't worth much more than $300,000, much
Bonnie?
less building an accessory unit in my yard, digging a foundation, and you're going to find that more than half the time it will be not
Bonnie?
meet quite what.
No, I'm sorry, if we could, just the 3 minutes. I don't know if you heard the tone.
Oh,
But
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
So,
You could
in
wrap
any
it up.
case, more than half of most of these units will not qualify because of the well and septic situation. So just quickly, I want you, as I know I'm running out of time, is that one of the things that I did was get towns HUD grants. They're called Community Development Block Grants for small cities for affordable housing rehab. Please look into that because it helps someone rehab their house, and then you can take a one-family big old ramshackle house that's not been taken care of and turn into 2 or 3 family one unit being affordable. These are great grants. I wrote them for more than 10 years. And also, last but not least, I know you're looking into this, but multi-use zoning in the business district. We did that in certain towns, and it's a win-win where
Thank you.
Our current business owners can afford taxes by renting out a section for an affordable unit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to step forward for public comment?
They're coming.
I wasn't sure who did. You're going to race.
Can I just ask while they're sitting down, Bonnie, did you have that all written down? If so,
Pardon me?
was that written down? If so, could you make it part of the record?
Yes.
Or,
Do you mind, can I give it tomorrow because I edited something?
yes, but I think it'd be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mika.
You're welcome.
I'd just like to read it.
Hi, I'm Sharon DeCott, 94 Center Road, and after sharing as co-chair on the Conservation Commission with Diana, I'm now the chairperson of the Conservation Commission, and as such, I'd like to speak before you on a very specific item.
Sharon, can you speak up, please?
I can try, certainly. I'm here to encourage more involvement in the Conservation Commission in connection with the TP&Z to work together on the plan of conservation development and the housing plan, as was suggested by the previous iteration of the Board of Selectmen. At the same time, when the POCD was presented to the TPZ, it was denied by that body. Today, myself and Ben Carlson, Vice Chairman of the Conservation Commission, spoke on Zoom yesterday with the town planner, and he suggested it wouldn't be difficult to arrange a joint meeting and working session so that we can have an exchange of ideas, information, and values that represent the town's wide interest. That is a meeting we are totally interested in, and I think the town would benefit from the synergy of these two commissions as a result of and results in the best outcome for the residents and the future development of the conservation of Woodbridge. With so much going on so quickly, and with the POCD and the strong emphasis on housing, I suggest that the meeting happen within the month, and I am making it a formal request. Thank you for your attention to this, and I look forward to hearing back from the town planner on the upcoming work session and the meeting date, if possible. You should add, I should add that someone sees, anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I look forward to working with all of you on conservation as well and integrating that with housing. And I think that I appreciate all the ideas of 80. I feel like there's environmentally friendly ways to encourage more housing, and the Conservation Commission is very much interested in helping that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Would a meeting like that be open to public comment as well?
I'm sorry?
Would a meeting like that, a joint meeting of the two commissions, be open to public comment
That would be
as
up to
well?
the commissions to
I-
decide. If it's, generally speaking, we haven't done special meetings with the public, but it's up to us
Okay.
to make that decision.
I'd like to make just one other comment, and that is that we have public comment, you have public comment. I think in this time, if TP&Z could start having public comment, it would be really helpful for the feeling of the residents in the town, and it would keep them more abreast of making better decisions because they'd understand where town sentiments are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana McCarthy-Burkery. I am at 18 Ranch Road. Congratulations, Sharon, on your appointment as Conservation Chair. I want to respond briefly and factually to the discussion surrounding my non-reappointment to the Conservation Commission. First, Andrea, I want to speak directly to you. In a moment that many people were watching closely, you did something simple, yet profoundly important. You asked a reasonable question. Why was an experienced commissioner willing and able to continue serving, not reappointed? That may seem like a small act. It is not. At a time when discouragement too often replaces dialogue, your willingness to ask a question calmly, respectfully, and persistently made you a beacon of hope in what many experienced as a troubling exchange. Questioning is not disruption. Questioning is governance. Our democracy depends on it. During that discussion, indirect and unfavorable comparisons were made between my qualifications and those of my replacement. So let me clarify the record. I hold a Master's of Science in Sustainability from Columbia University, a degree that directly aligns with conservation, environmental policy, and climate science. I have been recognized nationally for my work in community education, receiving the EPA Energy Star Partner of the Year Award 3 consecutive years under Gina McCarthy. Those awards were granted specifically for excellence in public education and engagement, translating complex environmental issues into meaningful, accessible information for all communities, all 169 communities in Connecticut. That is not incidental to the work of the Conservation Commission, it is central to it. During my tenure as co-chair, the Conservation Commission produced hundreds of pages of research and findings and recommendations in service to this town. I am prepared to provide those materials again so that any claims of missing or inadequate information can be examined transparently and grounded in evidence. What is most concerning, however, I'm wrapping up, just in case if you're worried
Thank you.
about the timer. What is most concerning is not disagreement. Disagreement is healthy, although dangerous if you're my husband. What is concerning is process. I was not given notice, nor an opportunity to respond before concerns about my service were raised publicly and my role ended. Process matters, and respect matters. Equally troubling were suggestions, even framed as hearsay, that the Conservation Commission should experience pressure regarding their positions on important topics. Independence is not optional for any commission created under state statute. It is the point. Finally, I want to address the implication that strong conservation advocacy is somehow inappropriate or excessive. The Conservation Commission exists to provide independent, expert guidance, especially when that guidance is inconvenient. That independence is not a threat to this town, it is a safeguard. I served Woodbridge professionally, honestly, and in good faith. I ask only that the same standards of honesty and respect be applied in return. This town is strongest when civic service is encouraged, questions are welcomed, and expertise is respected, regardless of politics or personalities. I hope that we continue to insist on transparency and independence and integrity in all the institutions that serve us, and I encourage that other residents stay engaged, ask for clear explanations, and hold all elected officials and appointed bodies alike to the standards of openness and accountability that this community deserves.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Bob Hill, 68 Acorn Hill Road. Welcome new board members. Lauren, Maria, you've been here before. Steve, you've been here. Mika, obviously, I've known you for quite some time as a friend. Tony, welcome back. I haven't been here for a little bit. Andrea, welcome back. And Amy, certainly very welcome back. Okay. So, I don't think what I just heard was one of our proudest moments. And as Sal Capolo would say, as he won 4 state championships in a row, we got to be better. And I think we can be better here. And I think the politics needs to go away. You all need to think about doing what's right for the town all the time, despite what your party is and whatever someone's telling you to do all the time. So I was here probably near early part of your first term, Mika, and I made a suggestion, which you followed some of my recommendation, that you move the public comment back an hour. Back during Amy's day, the meeting started at 6 and public comment was 7. So we're moving in the right direction to get people there. Unfortunately, I was able to get here today. If you notice, got here a little bit later. One of the other comments I made, I think 2 years ago, was that after public comment, I know you typically don't interchange. Once in a while, you'll answer some of the questions. It would be a very good practice, and people would probably be less angry, okay, if at the following meeting, before public comment, you answer some of the appropriate questions that should be answered. So it'd be like, oh, I got an answer to that, okay? Or we didn't do, Mr. Hill said this last meeting, here is the answer. So it's not that back and forth kind of thing that can happen here, but at least people feel like, oh, they didn't just ignore me, okay? I think that's an important thing. Despite the fact that I'm not on a board and commission right now, I can tell you I'm working very hard for the town right now in as many ways as I possibly can. And one of the things that I would strongly suggest is that you be very careful about rushing to judgment on things and pushing things along. And I actually saw it happen tonight earlier in the planning discussion. There was something in the agenda, and then there was frustration from Andrea about the fact that it was being pushed along. Like, no, we're going to talk about that later. Now, I was a little disappointed that that Maria, you and Lauren didn't kind of chime in like, yeah, why aren't we talking about this a little bit more, okay? Now I understand, Mika set the tone that that's not what was gonna happen tonight, so you kind of complied. But let's not push things along too quickly before they're thoroughly discussed, or let's make a commitment on these things. And a perfect example of that is the solar project got pushed right along. Someone else will deal with it. Deep will deal with it. Well, thank God, over the weekend I became aware of it and informed a lot of residents what was going on to find out that we were going to put those solar panels on a very thin cap landfill. That presentation was made the other night. I sat there and I made 26 points based on the questions that were asked by the board. Okay, thank you. Indulge if you can let me just, I'll be
Please,
quick.
finish.
There were 26 points that I made there, and I was like, this proposal is half-baked, and they're counting on someone else to make it right later. Let's make sure we do a little more due diligence. And I'll go back to a former first selectman that was here, Ed Sheehy, okay, and he would sit there with that yellow pad, and until every single point, he'd just keep going back to the next meeting. And typically, all those votes then were unanimous. It was the same in Amy's case. So the couple, by the way, one thing that you mentioned about the, only two more points. I would be interested to see when the draft new POCD gets sent out.
It's on the website, Bob.
What's that?
It's on the website.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Something came up when we were talking the other night at the ZBA meeting about the cap landfill. And I did inform them that, and people forget this, that trucks are not allowed to go to that transfer station when the buses are picking kids up and dropping off. So really the only time trucks can go there is really between 9 and 2:30. People forget that. And then it was even mentioned in one of the meetings, I think at the town meeting, oh, maybe we can get some lights over to the ball fields. By the way, when those ball fields were permitted, no lights. And I served on the baseball board.
Bob.
And okay.
Thank you.
And then the last thing was mentioned at the ZBA meeting. Mr. Nussbaum mentioned something about, well, there was something about maybe not ever building on it when it was approved. I would like, and I'm going to officially make a request here, I would like to see the documents when that landfill was capped and when the ball fields were permitted. What were the restrictions? Okay, and then that's going to take a lot of archive look because that was back in the early 90s.
Thank you.
But I would like to see that. So thank you so much for what you all do, and thank you for indulging me to go a few minutes over there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So also, could we look at this 9 to 2:30 thing? That was related to the transfer station, I believe. We just ought to have a record of that for the TPZ and others because of the
Understood.
passage of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Joy Prudhomme, 21 Barberry Lane. Just kind of a public service announcement for people that are listening at home. And just a suggestion. I know what SCROG is. I've been kind of involved with some things that, you know, I have an understanding, and I go to their meetings from time to time. In fact, I was at their meeting last Thursday where we had kind of a regional news update on the state housing bill and, you know, kind of early plans for a regional response. Most of these meetings are attended by housing advocates, and, you know, that's concerning because you can even tell in these meetings that there's not a good balance of representation, and I see it across the board. These are attended not just by Woodbridge people, although we have good representation. It was also, you know, most of the towns that are in the region. They're having a meeting next, not next Thursday, but Thursday, January 29th from 1 to 2:30 on Zoom. And they were recommending that we tell everybody that, you know, this should be attended by our, you know, all the different boards and commissions. Boards is, you know, obviously our first selectmen. And that one in particular is going to be concentrating on HB 8002, and which is the new state housing law, and a discussion of how that law will affect our work at the town levels. And an hour and a half meeting on Zoom. I don't expect we're going to get too much, but it's a start. And I think that that's it. We need to have people know that this happened. We need to educate our town's people on, so that it's not a shock, that it's not happening in secret. But even at the Scrog level, my concern is that does even feel like a secret club where that's concerned. And, you know, a lot of people don't know that there needs to be a counterbalance to that, which is interesting that you talked about the POCD tonight, because I still don't think we have a good one. And I've been very vocal about that. But neither does the region. They have one that they need to redo and update for 2028. The housing plan and all of that is going to also be happening 2027 through 2029. So you see, like, this timeline, that it's very important that we have our people wide awake and engaged and aware, because, you know, we need to do this right. We don't have endless amounts of land. Once we cut trees and blast out rock, it's not ever coming back. There are waterways we need to protect. And COGS, just so the people listening at home, these are region of governments, but, you know, they don't necessarily align with, like, the county. For instance, Woodbridge is a weird little border town where we have a whole other cog that's on that one side of us, and Bethany has a different cog on side of it.
Bethany's in our cog.
Bethany's in our cog.
Yes.
On Bethany's border,
We have to-
they have another cog that isn't even the cog that we share with, you know, Ansonia is another cog, Seymour's another cog. So there's a whole education, you know, not that, no one's really aware of this. And I think that it would be in our best interest to build trust, to build, we're building the future, right? You know? We should, you know, probably take the lead on figuring this out, and at least reaching out to Bethany and Orange and figuring this out. But, you know, we're not isolated little towns, and we need to work together. And it just feels like we're doing this in the dark, basically. So I just want to let everyone know this meeting is happening on Zoom. You can go on their website. Mika, you said you're on the executive board, so that should make you kind of a guy that gets all the information, and that you should be sharing that with the residents of Woodbridge.
Thank you, appreciate it. Would anybody else like to make public comment? Would anyone like to step forward for public comment? Any additional public comment? We will move on to our next agenda item, and I'm going to ask the board's indulgence again. Jeff Kennedy is here from TPZ, although we haven't done Tony. I know that he's very accommodating, and I'd like to suggest that we have our chair of our TPZ come forward. So, one of the things I'll mention as we prepare for Jeff to give some information to us is, obviously he's here in our first attempt to start to better communicate between the board and TPZ and the public. We plan to do some joint planning, some joint meetings and things of that nature. We have discussed that already. We do want to be as transparent as we can be in terms of topics such as the ones that our town is engaged in right now. So this is more or less a first step and a first tangible indication that we are looking to do some different things so as to further the dialogue, the transparency, and the planning associated with what's going on. So Jeff, thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us today.
Sure, Mika. You're very welcome. Good to see all of you. Can you start my 3 minutes right now, please? I don't get the 3 minutes?
You do not.
Two?
Good try. Good try.
My name's Jeff Kennedy, so I've been on the town.
If only.
If only, good try. My name's Jeff Kennedy. I'm on the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. I have been for several years. I became acting chair in October of 2025, so I'm new to the position, I'm new to the job, so this is a little bit new to me to join all of you at this stage, as I'm still learning a lot of things, and we had an interesting past quarter at TPZ, but I certainly will submit to you for any questions you might want to ask or anything you want to discuss. I know the POCD has been coming up quite a bit in discussion this evening. I'd be happy to go over where that stands with all of you. And give you any update that you would like. You will find me, in terms of my personal style, aggressively collaborative, okay? I think it's important to bring a lot of the elements of the town together. Board of Selectmen, economic development, housing, now commission rather than committee, conservation. We want to hear what people in the town have to say. We want to listen to you. Listen means that we want to take in the data that you bring to us and evaluate it with other data that other people will give us and get the best outcome that we can for our regulations in the town of Woodbridge. Okay, so I'll make some comments about the POCD and the status of that. I can go over that and then maybe take some questions, and that might help us to advance an agenda to do it in that way. Is that good?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I had an interesting week in, I think, the 4th week of September when I heard that the POCD just got turned down by the Board of Selectmen. So the original draft, after about a year of work, did get turned down, and there were some weaknesses that the Board of Selectmen felt was part of that document. As all of you know, a plan of conservation and development is a document that towns in the state of Connecticut, all 169 of us, have to prepare basically on a 10-year basis, update with data, say who we are as a town, and then put into writing and documentation how we're going to plan conserving and developing the space we have and keep taking care of our residents. So we had done that work, and then it came over to the Board of Selectmen. I know you folks, it was a different board then, but people were disappointed in it. It got voted down. So I did find out about that at work during the day. So listen, we took that seriously. Amy, thank you for coming and speaking to us about that very matter at one of our open meetings. So the plan of conservation development is something that you could just keep working on and keep working on and keep working on. Like, you could never finish it. Like, there's so many different opinions about what to put in it and how to move it forward. Towns can sometimes have a hard trouble just moving it forward and just getting it done. But basically, what I took away from the Board of Selectmen, what they were saying is they wanted a little bit more balance in conserving and developing, and they wanted to have that a little bit more in the document, and to have a better quality document and to make some changes to it and to improve it and to move it forward on that basis. Not having a POCD registered with the state that the state accepts is harmful to the town because it can slow down grants and it can make difficulties happen with the town with the state. So my view, what I tried to do as the person that became chair is get it through, get a new product, work with our vendor to get a plan of conservation development that fits the town's needs, balances conservation development, fix the mistakes in it, and publish something for the town. I feel we did that as a commission on December 8th. We put it before the commission, so commissioners unanimously, all people on the commission voted in favor of it, and we published it on January 1st, 2026. So what is now on the website is the final plan of conservation and development. That said, it is a living document, and changes in statutory law, changes in how the town wants to go in different types of directions, or what the town sees as very important, can be updated in the town plan of conservation and development. I'm certainly open to that type of review and to making changes over time, but it was important to get a document out and to represent ourselves as a well-run town to the state. So that happened, and now it's in existence. So I am considering different ways, and our commission will be looking at different avenues going forward to maybe make some changes to the POCD. We may set up a committee or a side committee to look at that. In terms of such a committee, there's two things that we'd be covering. One would be any updates or changes that we would want to make to the POCD, but also, as you all have been hearing, there's been some new legislation that's been changed at the state level that looks to be pretty substantial, and towns may need to update their POCD to reflect those changes in the new state statutes, which I'm still learning about. I have read a lot more newspaper articles and reporting on the new state statutes than actually having understood the statutes. That is still coming out, and it'll probably be some time before all that happens. Okay? But you're welcome to read the POCD. Has anybody read it?
Started.
Okay.
Have it right here.
Amy, it's 250 pages, but it's really 241. It's really 125 of the POCD. There's some addendums that are very long, like surveys and so forth.
Could I raise a couple of questions and suggestions?
So that completes my presentation on the POCD. I would be very pleased to take any comments, questions, or suggestions people have.
Thank you.
All right?
So I think others were already involved, so perhaps you want to talk about the rejection and the steering committee. I'm just going to say that I see some problems with the document still.
Sure.
And I think there needs to be a process not only of perhaps working with other commissions, which I wholeheartedly support, but letting the public give you suggestions too. Because if you think about this process, ideally what happens is there's a public hearing and there's little nits and you fix it and you're done. You had bigger fixes. I don't know to what extent you have actually improved it. I still see some problems. So in addition to any commissions or whatever, I think you need to have some public engagement is what I would like to say in this process. And in keeping with that, I'll just note that in some of the details on page 113, et cetera, you gave TPZ a lot of work that isn't necessarily yours to do. For example, it says that it puts a responsibility for ADU promotion on the TPZ. When I would say that that's a Board of Selectmen. Page 113,
Yeah,
when I would say that's a Board of Selectmen responsibility about ADUs and in-law suites, as we just heard, and whether we should be doing tax incentives. So I think we need to look at some of these things with an eye to what's reasonable for TPZ to do versus spreading the responsibility. If I could. So that's, and the only other thing I'd note is on page 113, it says that the Board of Selectmen and TPZ need to, quote, develop a final plan, end quote, for the CCW. So my understanding is while the consultant has given us what they believe is an appropriate master plan, there's still a process to be done by the Board of Selectmen and the TPZ, and I would say the public at large, including notably the Conservation Commission, to review that, what was given to us by a consultant, and then develop a final plan for the CCW. That's on page 113.
And just to clarify for the record, it's 113 if you're searching it on your PDF. When I see it on the actual
Okay.
page numbers, it's 109.
All right.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, can you, just going back to the idea of a subcommittee to work on this, do you have a sense of a timeline on putting, like how soon we can put that together and bringing together members, as you mentioned, I think of the TPZ, Conservation Commission, Housing, EDC, members of the public? I think it's important that we get to work on it soon.
Sure.
Yeah, if you have a sense of that.
First of all, Nick can maybe weigh in on this, but there's actually something in the state statute for establishing a commission, all right? Excuse me, establishing a committee under the commission, all right? So, some kind of effort like that could potentially be made. I have to look into it and work with our town planner and others to understand if we should have one committee to make some changes to the POCD, or split it in half because of the new regulations and how that would work. So one might do the regulations and one might do a little bit more of the, changes, incremental changes to it. It'll be on an agenda very soon. It won't be in our next, but probably the one after that, in terms of the commission members to discuss like how to move that forward.
When you said the new regulations, are you referring to the new law?
Yes.
Okay.
That's about, Amy, hold on, that's actually an important point. Yes, I said regulations.
It's a statute.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important, yes.
So, because I think there is some interest here, I believe, in fixing it while acknowledging as one of your Commissioner said, Mr. Horowitz, that you need to acknowledge that work will need to be done about HB 8002. But what we've heard so far this evening from the planner is it's so preliminary that we could do some fixes to this to put it in better balance and in better shape, and
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
take
open-
some
I'm
of it
open
out
to
of here,
that. I'm open to that.
and then address
Yeah.
8002 separately.
Yeah, that's why I made that distinction just now.
But on different timelines is what I'm
But
saying.
likely so, very
Yeah.
likely so.
The state statute regarding the POCD allows the TPZ commission to appoint a subcommittee. And that was what the recommendation was based on. So when we rejected the plan of conservation and development, we made the recommendation to form that commission based on the state
Yes.
statute. So that's what I'm referring to.
And we don't have to do that. We can run that through the commission. I want to see more like what it looks like, what kind of changes need to be made. We would probably have a public hearing on it and put some notices out and say, look, if you want some changes, email us. Let's get something in writing. Let's take a look at that. And if there are more minor errors, or minor things, I don't know if we would establish a committee. The commission just might do it for 2 months in a row or something and complete it.
I think, though I haven't had a chance to look through the updated document of the now, it's our official document, my interest, and I think the community interest in establishing a subcommittee for me still holds. So
Absolutely.
I would like that to be considered, so that's what I'm asking.
Sure.
And to just further clarify what I think I hear you saying, Steve, and what our previous recommendation was, is it's not a subcommittee of existing and only TPZ members. It is what we refer to, I think, as a steering committee with representation from all relevant boards and commissions to conservation and development. Housing, Conservation Commission, EDC, Agriculture Commission, whomever. So I echo both Amy and Steve's points on I want to see that regardless, and advocate for that. I also am wondering, because you received a very thorough, if I may give us the credit for that, notes and feedback on the initial draft, paired with our rejection and suggested changes. I know you also received pretty in-depth guided suggestions from Conservation Commission on that draft.
We had a full period of public comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So having received all that on the draft, having, I'd imagine and expect, thoroughly reviewed all of that in preparation and throughout the revision process, which sounds like it was about 2 months on TPZ, wouldn't you know what was integrated, what wasn't, and so what remains kind of checked and updated, and therefore be able to kind of hit the ground running with that steering committee or subcommittee, whatever it's supposed to be called?
Well, the record that came in, which is of two components. One would be what we got from the Board of Selectmen, what they transmitted to TPZ, so that, and then what we got in from like public comment when people came and spoke to us about it. Yeah, all that material was looked at and considered and looked at in different ways. Specific to the Board of Selectmen data, it wasn't that substantial. Okay, I mean, it wasn't a lot of material that came over, and every single thing got looked at and went through. I was on some phone calls, with SLR to go over that data, and I think a good deal of those changes were made, like when there was like a factual error or something like that. So,
Okay.
But Andrew, so in point 2, so when people came to speak to us, a good deal of that material was incorporated into the POCD.
I've been trying to compare the two, the draft, just to see what the differences
So
are.
you have like the 2 versions?
Yeah, and
you
I've used a number of methods to do that. And I think it's really important that we really kind of look at it in that regard, because there are some significant differences from what we were given, not the least of which is the matrix that was included in here that does outline the page 109 that you referenced, for example. That was not included in the draft when we saw it. And there are one of the biggest arguments was that development was framed as a primary type of a more prominent, if you will, and that has changed. Conservation plays a very significant role in the new, and it's almost as if development is kind of conditional to to what it says as far as as far as conservation is concerned. So my sense is that, please look at it from a real objective standpoint in terms of what it was versus what it is. It's a different document. It should be regarded as such. Now, does that mean we shouldn't move forward in the way that you've said? And in conversations, we've already discussed the fact that it would be a multi-commission type of a steering committee, or whatever you want to call it. So that is something that should be done, could be done, particularly because we are very specifically at a time where significant changes have been made from a legislation standpoint as relates to housing, which is part of our plan. So yes, it does have to be incorporated in a different way now that we know what it actually is, which we didn't necessarily know in December. So from that perspective, I think it's appropriate that we set up a committee, that we make sure that it's inclusive of the appropriate represented commissions and the public. We've done that. That's the way we approached it previously, and that's the way we will continue to approach it now, except we will start to collaborate a little bit more in a different way than we had before.
So my concern, I'm just.
Yes.
Go ahead, Amy.
The requirements for us to incorporate a housing growth plan is in 2028 or 2029, based on what we heard. So what I'm hoping we can do is bifurcate this and have people, while acknowledging that this will have to be updated in light of that law, go fix the things that people feel haven't yet been fixed, and acknowledge that as the housing growth plans, because otherwise you're going to be operating off of this, as the planner said, this is the Bible. And if it's not accurate, at least as of now, we've got a problem.
We should.
So I think it should be two different steps, is what I'm suggesting.
We should, but the legislation is the legislation. We know what the legislation is. In
Well,
terms
if
of
you
28.
You're way ahead of me, because I don't have a clue.
Well, I've had a lot of conversation,
And
but.
that's part of the problem. We don't know yet. They haven't told us how many units we're going to need to
You
have,
will,
et cetera.
you
I
will,
mean,
but
I'm just
that'll
saying-
happen in the near term, not the long term.
But what
What
we
I'm
do
suggesting
about it,
is
we
that.
can't put in here.
Well, no,
Listen,
no,
let me-
but that's
let me
part
just-
of the
I am
process.
open to setting up some sort of process committee.
That's what I-
commission,
yes.
Apart from the new law, all right,
Yes.
and looking at that in a much speedier way. I think that's good for the town. Don't you agree?
I think it will be good for the
So
town,
we
and
agree.
it will make it,
There we
I
go.
think it will make it easier for everybody then to
I'm
move
sure.
forward
I'm
as the
sure.
groundwork for then working on the new housing
sure.
law. That's, I think, what I'm trying to say.
Look, a feature about POCDs is they tend to have very broad language. Okay, you can pick a page out in the POCD and say, "This is what the town has to do. We have to do this," and then flip over Amy 10 pages and then say, "We have to do this," and those things don't completely agree. All right, but it's just a directional document. All right, and that, it's the general direction of how a town balances its conservation development. It has to do both.
And I think I'm sorry, please.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but one, thank you. I think this has been incredibly valuable to have you come here, and I look forward to continue exchanges with TPZ and all of our boards and commissions, and having conversations at the Board of Selectmen level. There is a lot of work to do. There's so much work that you have done. You're working with our town attorney. We have our town planner. I just wanted to ask you, in the work that you're doing and in the work that you have ahead of us, if there's any resources that you need, what can we do to help you in that process and to help TPZ? Whether that be communication on the communication end, whether that be in the collaboration end, what can we do to support your work? Because these are some heavy lifts.
Yeah,
especially in this day and time, perhaps more so now maybe than at other times in recent history.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It is a volunteer commission. I was a little bit surprised at just how much the hours it is, doing this work. I appreciate that. I do feel that I don't think the commission was working much with the town attorney previously, but working with Nick has been very beneficial. He's very accessible, very helpful. The new town planner, Mike D'Amato, has been terrific. All right. This is a small town, and we do have limited resources. And I can tell you, working with folks at town hall, I mean, it is something where we have one person supporting town planning and zoning, inland wetlands. We have, the same person also is the zoning and zoning enforcement officer, I believe, you know, like, and it's one person, and we are asked to do a lot with limited resources. And, you know, we know that it's always, you know, spending money in the municipal section, you know, municipal town is something people are very careful of, but we'll do the best we can to manage that. But thank you for saying, I think, you know, collaboration is very helpful, open communications. I do want to make sure that as a, you know, I've said to people in town, it's a town plan and zoning commission. If you plan, the zoning's easier, right? So I'm very open to hearing what people have to say and taking in different points of view on where people want to go and looking at what state mandates have and what state laws want to do. But talking like this is very helpful, and I appreciate your comment about resources. We'll take everything we can get.
And Jeff, thank you, because I think we're in agreement in terms of the committee and doing more on the document even as it exists. So I appreciate that.
Sure.
But I would like to move on to the next item. You were just going to give a general update. I wasn't sure if there's anything more you wanted to say.
That was the general update, Mika.
I have a question about updates. Can
sure.
you provide an update on the Luciani Street blasting?
No, I'm not in a position to do that right now. I know
What's
that it's
going on?
very sensitive,
Yeah.
Andrea.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's been a really difficult application process the whole way through, why that just can't be finished up, okay? I don't know what I can and can't say legally, and you know, how I can comment on somebody like carrying out our zoning regulations. It needs to get done. One mechanism that we have is, if I remember correctly, in terms of the permits that we've permitted, okay, they're out, I think they expire on May 30, 2026. So the tighter timeframes can give us a little bit more control over that, but he just needs to get the project done.
The one address has a building, the building that's going up in one address is partially completed, and he's working on an actual structure at this point in time. Our building official has looked at some of the ledge that's there in terms of how that material might be retained. So there's some discussion along those lines. The materials that existed on the other piece of property that he has have not been removed as had been anticipated, to the degree that was anticipated, at least when I went down there and looked at it. So there's more work that needs to be done, and we really need to talk about that.
Yeah.
Do you have another?
Oh, just a follow-up. Since Fountain Street has been approved, and I know it'll take some time before any ground is broken, but what lessons have we learned from this experience on Luciani Street, considering the level of blasting that project would require? And really, who is responsible for enforcing it? So I'm just curious, because this has been a long-standing issue, and challenging to correct legally, right? And so how...
On Luciani Street?
Yes. So
Yeah.
how can we apply what is learned from that to future projects? And maybe you don't have an answer now, but
I would... Let me think through that. I
Yeah.
do have how I would look at it. I don't want to go on the record with
Sure.
it, you know, without having a lot more thought and being super careful about it. I would be very direct to you, but I think they filmed this, and so it needs to get completed.
And then I transcribe it.
And you're right, and Andrea, it needs to get completed. It's kind of it's ridiculous, but you know, let me follow the law, do all the right thing, and follow through. Let me ask you a question. So I'm sort of new to this. If in 6 months you wanted another update, what are the things you want me to talk about if I come back, or that type of thing?
We will let you know based
appreciate
on
that
what's going on at the time. We will certainly let you know based on the selectmen letting me know, but if, go on, I'm sorry. I didn't
Just
mean-
one, you were here, but just, I wanted to see if I had suggested that the opportunity housing focus and the reg focus generally should be first, the reg writing focus on your part, should be first on the business district. I appreciate the fact that you reversed on opportunity housing in Zone A.
Yep.
That was an example of the need for, thoughtful, careful planning. There are a lot of people who have advocated that you do it for every single part of the town at once, opportunity housing. in an effort to help you make progress, my suggestion would be that you focus first on the business district. HB 8002 focuses on smart growth, where there's buses as well as sewer and water.
Transit
There's been, there's a lot of work that's been done that down in the business district, what is it, 3 at this point, different studies or efforts. So I would really encourage the TBZ to focus its reg-making efforts first on the business district in cooperation with the Economic Development Commission and opportunity housing or other aspects of housing first.
The other area, Jeff, that I would say is based on what I heard at the last TPZ meeting with the zoning, with the regulations, there seems to be a lot of people who are interested in making sure that we try to resolve our affordable housing shortage in as quick a manner as possible, so as to enable us to have a moratorium and not be exposed to things like 27 Beecher Road.
Right.
And there were a number of comments made along the lines of how we can, what we can do, and how we can do that in a fashion. And I know your board made a lot of comments in regards to how quickly can we get this done.
Yeah, and very much so, Mika, because 830G applications, which I did hear talked about tonight, those are applications that developers can put into towns where if you have a certain percentage of the units going in be affordable, which means that the rent people would pay on them would be less than what most people would pay in the area, or it's a certain percentage of adjusted gross income of people in that area. What will happen is if they come in with like 30% of those units being affordable, they kind of can come up over your zoning regulations.
But not entirely. You need an education on that. There's still public safety, public welfare, et
Yeah, it
cetera.
goes through.
And so I just, you all and the whole town needs education on what 830G is. But I would
Could we
say,
let him finish first? I don't think he was done with
I'm
his
sorry.
explanation.
That's fair.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it's very detailed and easily accessible in terms of the features of 830G law, regulations, and how it works. I'm in touch with other TPZ people that work in other towns and so forth. Fairfield has just gone through like 15 of them, okay? And they can be very aggressive, come right into your town, and they really do a very superior position to other developments that come into town. And you're exactly correct in that there are different things like safety, health and welfare, and so forth that imply and get resolved in these 830G things. But what happens, Amy, is when the TPZ turns it down, okay, even on a health issue, and then it can go to court, and right away the court would throw it out and put the project in.
Not necessarily.
So I don't remember the exact percentage, but many 830Gs that are turned down do go to court and then get approved. But it is a much simpler, and it's a fast process too, like the number of days and so forth. Nick is not here right now, but it's a quick acting process. So they have a lot more power, and then they can get through a lot more quickly out of 830G.
So I would reiterate, it's important that you and the public be educated on 830G. Maybe Nick or somebody can do a presentation on that.
Sure.
But 830Gs can be anywhere, and my understanding is there's actually somebody with a property who's interested in doing affordable housing in the business district, which would be another reason to,
Sure.
work to have regs that actually are compatible. Right now in the business district, we have the Toll Brothers with no affordable housing units. We have that 14 or 16 units, townhouses that they're starting across West River, and that is going to be no affordable housing units because there's not regs down there to require it.
We did get some credit for
Hazel Terrace,
HUEs
yeah.
on some of the Toll Brothers because it was 55 plus, but not nearly as much credit as we would with it had that been affordable as well.
Right.
Yeah,
So
for
I'm just
sure.
saying there's stuff going on down there too
Right.
that needs to be paid attention to.
Right, for sure.
We are. I am. I will just tell you plain and simple. I'm talking to the brokers down there. Yes, we understand that is an area of focus. I'll say it again and again and again. That is the first priority. That's the first place that we brought our town planners, specifically because we consider that an opportunity area. We've been talking to developers who do this type of work specifically, and I've been talking to property owners
Okay.
specifically property owners who have property, because we don't have a lot of property there. We have property in other areas where we might be able to do some things, but we don't have a lot of usable property in the business district. So we really need to forge the relationships with the brokers, who I've met with a number of times at this point in time, and with the property owners who we have to, in some cases, convince that this is a viable and a profitable opportunity for them in terms of what we can offer. However, all that said, the reason that the town planners have been asked to focus on the business district is so that we can, as quickly as possible, modify the zoning regulations to allow us to do some of the things you're describing. And that needs to happen, and that's something that's happening right now.
Okay.
To your point, Mika, and this dovetails what you're saying, we set up zoning regulations, we can do some planning, we can put out the POCD, but we don't go out and say, please come to our town and build this building or this project.
Correct.
So, we can make allowances for it or encourage it a little bit through the regs, but that's for the Economic Development Commission, that's for the Board of Selectmen, that's for other folks in town.
The town planner and the EDC have been charged with putting together an actual tangible application recommendations with collaboration with the TPZ for us to submit. What we're intending to do, if we need to, is to actually submit an application to TPZ for changes that are necessary that'll help us do what we want to do in the business district. That's underway. That's their first charge of business, the town planner.
Thank you.
How many units of affordable houses do we need to hit that moratorium?
Very simply put, there's a number of different ways, and
Yeah. The point, there's a few different ways to do it, and there's a point system. I think we've gone off topic here.
Okay, different question. How many, did you get clarity on your or it was really, I think, Jeff Horowitz,
Jim
Horowitz.
Sure.
My apologies. On a moratorium of receiving applications during your process of amending the opportunity housing regs.
Specific to your question,
Yeah.
no. So I can't say to you, we need this many, I think they're called HUAs or something.
HUEs, yep.
Well, have you gotten a legal clarity? Because the council and town planner, I think, both responded, but without certainty on that.
And it's very hard to be certain on it because of the minimum point value that's required from the state. It's usually 2% of your stock. Now, in our case, we have about 3,400 units. So if you do the math, 2% would be about 68 units, however, 68 points.
Yeah.
In our case, because it's 68, it's less than 75, you need to use the higher of the two. So it would be 75 points. So we need 75 points.
But
What we would need to do is, for example, at 80%, we would need about 60 units. Or I'm sorry, about 40 units. If we had 40 units of 80%, and this is approximate, this is just approximate, using about 40 units, 45 units of 80%, 25, 30 units of 60%, and we could hit that number. That's a total of 70 units, and we could hit that number. It's done, the calculation is done between census periods. So the next census is due in 2030.
Okay.
So there's an opportunity for us to do something here that's not magnified, that's not huge, that's not 4-story, 100-unit buildings, and it's not percentages of set-asides. But if we can work with the right people in the right places and put things in the right places, there's an opportunity for us to make an impact on our housing stock from an affordable standpoint in a shorter time than most people would realize.
Understood. And I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, if I misunderstood the question on January 5th, but I thought the question was very specific to the revisiting the regulations. And so irrespective of the points in our existing affordable housing stock, there may be an opportunity to have a temporary moratorium to receiving at least 830G applications.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The 75 doesn't get you to your number. That number is still 10%.
Okay.
What it gets you to is to a
Okay.
point where you can have a 4-year moratorium.
Okay.
It'll provide you the 4-year moratorium, and you have to apply for that.
And as Mika just said, you have to apply for that. So what happens is once you hit a threshold, you do have to apply to the state to get the moratorium approved.
Right.
I don't know how arduous that is. or how high of a hill you have to climb. I don't think it's something where you just say, oh, we built, 60 units or something. I don't think it's a sign off, Andrea. I think it's a little more complex than that.
I'd imagine so.
If it's a state.
The bottom line, though, is that we're working with the town planner, I'm working with the town planner at this point in time to put together a plan that's very specific to a moratorium. Okay, so that way we can answer the questions that were asked at the zoning meeting in terms of what do we need to do? What specifically is required for us to get to this particular point?
Okay.
That's being done, we
most-
need that resource.
Most areas that are, having a lot more development, particularly
Mhm.
Fairfield County, have used that moratorium as a way to like reset and plan,
And
right?
plan.
That's
Activate
exactly
the
right.
planning
Right.
piece
Right.
so that,
Right.
so that these things can be done thoughtfully, and not have, a huge surge in housing that, that is, not-
Haphazard.
And-
haphazard
and-
and, you're trying.
So you
know.
can control your own building and regulations and your own growth, and you have more say over it.
And it's, we're significantly impacted by 27 Beecher, which is the first, as the 804 Fountain was the first of that kind that the private developer decided to come in and do. Towns like Fairfield, like you mentioned, Lauren, have had in the 20s, they've had many 830Gs.
Right.
Towns with more property, more opportunity, more, what you're referring to, our business district, a lot of towns have transportation opportunity districts. And that's the closest we'll come to having a TOD. But towns that have train stations and things of that nature, they're battling this all the time.
But other
So-
towns have planned on that moratorium
Correct.
cycle so that they can really stay
And-
in control, and I
and-
think that's where
And also realize that
I'm
there's.
grateful, Jeff, that you are doing this work,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
you're right.
appreciate you stepping in. I know it's been busy there, so,
I know we have other things on the
Yeah, Jeff, thank you
agenda,
very
and we're
much. I
running out of
appreciate it.
time,
We'll-
but
we'll-
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was longer than
Thank-
3 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Thank you.
We'll work on that next time, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony has very graciously indicated that he will again step back and
And he just goes last, he knows this by now.
we'll have the next item on the agenda will be the area fire apparatus purchase.
Either Nick, I keep forgetting your full name.
Yes.
Can we just plug in,
Okay.
the chief's laptop?
Run to the bathroom.
Folks, we're going to take a 5-minute break while they set up. It will be 5 minutes, please.
No, thank you.
Thank you for coming, Chief Rowland, Jim. Our next item on our agenda that we'll be taking up is the aerial fire apparatus. Chief Sean Rowland is here. We received a presentation last Tuesday, in regards to it, so everyone's familiar with it. And at this point in time, what we didn't do, that was just more to receive the information. Today, we want to discuss it a little bit. I've just indicated to Chief Rowland, as far as our process is concerned, that the intent right now, the finance, you're presenting to finance tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And then we meet, both Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen meet on Tuesday the 20th. We're going to take some time at that meeting jointly to make a recommendation and take action as appropriate. So what we want to do today is have a broader discussion than what we did initially, and so that we're in a position to be able to act on it when we get together again on the 20th. All right, any questions? Is there anything you wanted to show? I don't know if you're doing another presentation or if it's...
No, it's same presentation as last week. We did update a couple slides, if you want to.
In the meantime, while they're doing that, some of the questions, one of the big questions that was asked is, why would anybody who just paid for a very expensive truck turn around and decide to sell it for less money than what they paid? What's behind that? So we did have our finance director reach out to the town that's
Easton.
selling it, Easton.
Yeah.
And so Tony, if you want to just give us, start with that might be a good way to.
So start it off?
Please.
Absolutely. So the town of Easton, which if you don't know, is sort of near Foxborough, sort of next to Foxborough.
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts,
I thought it was
yeah.
Easton, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Easton, Massachusetts. And so their budget's about 107 million, so they're maybe just probably twice as big as us in terms of budget. So I was doing some research on their website, and I don't know if any of you know what Massachusetts has Proposition 2.5 or 2.5. So they've been, which essentially says that your tax levy cannot exceed 2.5% in any given year. And if it does, there's a process that you have to go through, which can be contentious, to get an override. So they've been facing some financial stress, and they apparently borrowed, they've had it in their capital plan since 2016, so I followed it through their capital plan, and they borrowed for it in 2023, I think it was, for the truck, 2.25 million, I believe was the amount. So I called the finance office because I was curious why you would buy a truck for 2.25 million and not use the truck. So she was explaining the proposition and the fact that they've had a lot of budget stress and that they're eliminating a bunch of firefighter positions, and I think she said the ambulance was another issue that they're dealing with. So the fire chief had indicated that due to the reduced manpower, that they need a truck that they can operate with fewer firefighters. So correct me if I'm wrong here, but this truck needs more firefighters to operate than the one that they're going to be getting, which I think she said was.
It's more of a quint. So
Quint, yeah, that's what she said.
Requires just more water on the truck.
She mentioned that too. There's more water on the truck.
More hose on the
Yeah,
truck to
yeah.
classify as a quint.
Right,
So
she did say that.
This truck doesn't take more manpower than the other truck. It's set up differently.
So
Well, maybe the truck they're now gonna get.
right,
That's
the
what
truck
you're-
they're getting.
Not your
The truck
truck,
they're
but
getting
what,
now.
Right.
but for them.
Yes.
The quint that they're going to be getting is like she indicated, has more water and more hose and requires fewer firefighters to operate it. So so I was asking her a bunch of questions, and she said, I understand another town is interested too. So although we might take a haircut on it, she said we'll probably take a loss, but they're not really in the market for marketing fire trucks, right? So that's not their business. It's not like they're going around trying to auction the fire truck. They just want to move forward and use a third-party broker to get credit for a new truck. So
They're gonna start the whole process over.
right. And she said, we've been told that we could be put up further, we get some priority in the process, and so I asked her if it's been used. She said no, that they put very few, if any, miles on it, and because they want to keep it in as new a condition as possible so they can get the most money as possible.
So are they trailing it down here for the test drive, or are
No,
they?
they drive
they'll drive it right down.
Okay.
That's, when they come out of the factory, usually they drive them right to the dealer preps them, and then the dealer ships them to the end user.
And when is that, I remember the 16th, is that correct? Or is it another date when it's gonna get here?
It's coming actually next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, okay, so next week.
Yeah, the 20th.
So will you be able to
20th.
test it before we have our joint meeting that same evening?
Yeah, I could have them come earlier. We can go through it. I already saw the truck up there, but we'll take it down. We've already had a truck similar to that in the town a couple years ago, so we're pretty familiar with it. So we can, but we are going to see it next Tuesday. It's
Okay.
going to be down in town next Tuesday. So if you guys want to see it, we could drive it over, and everybody could take a field trip right outside and take a look at it
Yeah.
if you want.
What we want you to do is check every single lever and every single,
Yeah.
every
Sean, what
single
does,
who's and what's it.
Speaking, to that end, but to
We'll even
Amy's
take you for a
point,
ride in it if you want.
to Amy's point, you very much mentioned the fact that its warranty remains.
Warranty
Is that an
full
annual
warranty, yep.
warranty? Is that a mileage warranty? Is that an hour's warranty?
So
It's-
no, the warranty is based on each component. So like paint, I think paint has a 10-year warranty. I can get you the whole warranty thing for next week if you're interested. But
Yes.
each thing has a warranty. So there's powertrain warranty, there's structural warranty, there's paint warranty, there's the pump, there's the
Get it-
everything that goes through. We could get all that.
Get the document to,
Transferable, right? To the
Well, I'm
new
sorry,
owner.
it's
all
transferable, yes,
transferable to the
yep.
new owner. Okay.
Yep.
Good question.
So the dealer has to do that. The dealer does a transferable warranty, yep.
if you could get that to Allison, and Allison, if you can put it in the folder,
Sure.
put it in our packet for the 20th, that would be great. The sooner we can do that, the better.
You had mentioned that the dealer was a dealer that we've worked with as a town.
We have,
as
so the
well,
last
so
truck
we're
we
not-
purchased was through that dealer, and we've worked with that dealer for maintenance and everything else, and, it's funny because we have pictures of when we had a T-Rex down here a few years ago, and we used it up on Amity High School and a couple different other locations, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
So,
Have we gotten a recommendation from the commissioner? I see the, the
So the
chair.
commission, yeah, go ahead, Karen, you want to?
Yes, the commission received this presentation at our last meeting
Yes.
and voted unanimously to recommend it.
Thank you.
There
Other
was-
questions?
There was a question last week on that, on what it was. It was NFPA 1700. Amy, you asked that last week.
yep.
And there was another, we changed the next, if you go to the next, keep going. More. Hang on. So the other one was, Toll Brothers, where we had 75 and it was 72. So that was our mistake, so we changed the slide.
I will say, Sean, it was so interesting and helpful in many contexts to see the comparison of our housing stock and development in general, from what was it, the 50s to the 70s, or 70s to today? Yeah. Just thank
So
you for that.
this is
That
the
was
Toll
very
Brothers.
informative.
We didn't have PowerPoint last week, but this was the drone video. I'll fast forward this a little bit, so you know.
That's
This is
Pretty
on
good,
Bradley
isn't it?
Road.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, that's just the first half.
yeah.
We're starting the second half. You can see the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, and it goes all the way around it.
There's the second half.
Oh, wow.
The second phase.
Yep, so you can see the second phase over in here. This is the first phase we're looking at. I'm just gonna, let me go back, hold on.
It doesn't look like that from the road, you know.
So this is where they started, and this is Bradley Road. This is Route 69. This is the second phase of it.
Yeah.
So you can see they're still building over here. This video is probably about 2 weeks old now, and you can see what's been developed there. So it's weird, after our presentation, we had a lot of good comments and we had a lot of people come up to me and talk about this slide. They actually like it because they didn't realize why we have extra trucks or bigger trucks. And basically, we carry a lot of water. And the one thing I did want to tell you guys today was we talked about, each one of these ponds holds 3,000 gallons of water, which we talked about. But on an average fire, we could use anywhere between 100 to 250,000 gallons of water. So we're really good at moving water and playing with water when we talk about it. So that was a really good slide. We did have a slide in here somewhere. I wish I could find it. It was it's the overview of Amity High School. It was a drone video.
I think we're good, Sean.
Yeah, right here. So this is just Amity High School. This is, once again, this is a drone video, but you can see, like we were talking last week, see all these units up onto the roof? These all possibly have an issue, could have an issue, and we need to get up there to address it. These are the RTUs up on the building. As
What
you
are
can see.
those?
Rooftop units, that does like the heating and air conditioning of the building.
Thank you.
So you can see them all over the place up
Yeah.
there. So those are the units that normally we would have an issue up there. We did have an issue with a couple fans before up on the roof where we have to get up there, but that just basically gives you a brief overview of the high school.
So, if I could just,
Please.
a quick request that you bring that, the truck succession planning, as well, when you come on the 20th, like what's next? Because we have to make a decision. One of the decisions, assuming that the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance decide to go forward, which I'm anticipating, is how many years lease do we go for?
Sean,
So that would be helpful.
So
you presented that to Tony and myself, you and Karen, as a matter of
Yep.
fact. I remember, Karen, you were at that meeting as well. So, if you, again, get that document to Allison, let us put it get it into the packet.
So that document, you almost have to, the document, what we did is, what Mika's talking about is, there's two things. So when we talk about capital budget this year, it's gonna be laid out a little bit different. But there is another document which I can share with you, which we tried to do what a level plan would look like for the fire department over the course of all the trucks. And that goes out to, I think, 2055. So we need to, since trucks are so expensive, we tried to level it out, and we based it on a 20 to 25 year replacement plan, just so you can see it out that far, instead of only going 6 years, because if
That's
we
what I'm
take our
looking for.
6-year capital plan, and let's say we were to buy this truck, and we were to order it and wait 4 years for it to come in, when we look at a 6-year capital plan, we're looking at year 5 and 6 to pay for it. We're not looking at past that. And then if we order a truck next year, we would be looking at year 6 and 7, which we only go 6 years out. So what we did is we went out the life of what we thought the truck would be, and these are guesstimates on what they would cost, which obviously they can change.
Yeah,
But
I'm
we
more,
definitely have that document.
yeah, I'm looking for the fleet turnover.
Yep.
Is what I'm trying to understand, what's the next thing and after
Yep.
that. And then I just have a technical question. So when somebody is in a building, whether it's something that's just been permitted or it's Coachman Square or another facility like that, and they cannot go downstairs or out a window, how do you guys get them down? And I will add that my father was in a building in Keene, and they actually used a chair, took 2 firemen to go down 1 flight of stairs. So I was just wondering what equipment you have available and how do you
So
do it?
basically, you would take, if the building was on fire and we needed to get people out, obviously, the biggest thing is life safety, just to get people out.
Right.
So that might be picking somebody up and walking them down the stairs, and walking them out the door. Might be using a stair chair, which it's a chair that, what you're talking about, you would put a person in, strap them to, and it's got wheels, and basically you would walk them down the stairs. So
that takes
that
2
gets,
people,
that,
right?
you're right, that takes, it's not in a fire that takes a longer period of time. By the time you set the person up, strap them in and do it, where if you put a couple guys, or it depends on how big the person is, you put a couple guys, it's usually quicker just to get them right down the stairs. Not necessarily dragging, but lifting them to get them out, or we would put them in a Stokes basket, put them in, and basically, it's a sled, basically, and you would slide them out.
Slide them down the stairs.
Well, you're not gonna just let them go.
No, I understand.
I want to be clear there.
The stairs are.
We got town council here.
But I did want to understand
Yeah.
that because it was a gap in what we
Yep.
discussed.
And it's the same deal, like, so we have we have something called a RIT team, a rapid intervention team. So if we have a fire in town, we would call for another town to cover for a rapid intervention team, and it goes both ways. So if Orange has a fire, Bethany has a fire, they would call us for a rapid intervention team. What that is, so we go in and we want to save people out of the building. A RIT team would go in and actually saves a firefighter. So if we have a down firefighter, you would have another department, basically, that team, which is composed of 5 to 6 guys, go in and handle that rescue rather than your own department because emotions are already high. So that's basically.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then we use the same type of sled to drag the firefighter out in straps.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that part of rescue was not mentioned. I just wanted everybody to understand it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Tony, what I'd like is if you would just give us an overview as to what we will actually be doing in order to make this happen. I'd appreciate it.
So the first item that you'd have to do is waive the bid process to purchase the semi-new, however you want to categorize it, apparatus, because we're not getting competitive quotes. So that's the first thing you have to do. The second is you'd have to authorize the first selectman to engage in lease financing to finance the truck, and what term that you would like to use. Whether
And
it's-
what we've budgeted for,
and
what
it
you've
would-
looked at
It
for
would
is.
be in arrears because we don't have anything currently to make a down payment on. Which in arrears means it's due 1 year after the lease is signed.
But in terms of
So-
what we've looked at,
5,
projected.
7, and 10
Right.
were the ones we looked at. So it depends on your tolerance for interest. Yep, that's everything on the left.
But you did confirm that Easton said they paid more than.
2.25.
No,
Yeah.
okay, we confirmed that
Yep.
price. Thanks.
And that was back in 2022, 2023.
Right, correct. And they also confirmed that within the 1.9 million, there is costs to change the truck, right?
Right, so you'd have
Decals,
to re-letter it.
lettering, grill.
There's a new grill that would need to
Yeah.
be replaced. There's training on that truck that needs to happen. So it's just not getting the truck and then we're training. They bring a team down to train you.
The dealer does
The
it.
dealer, well, the factory does.
Okay.
They come out of Minnesota.
Well, that's why you get every single switch, et cetera, checked.
Yep.
To make sure they fix it or have
Yep.
it working.
I remember you said that the trade-in or the parts of the old truck would help cover some
The
of
cost
those.
of new equipment, the equipment that has to go on the truck. So
Okay.
basically, this truck, even if let's say we bought it today, right? Doesn't mean we're gonna get it tomorrow. It's probably gonna be a process. It's probably gonna be a transition process between training, re-lettering, and the stuff that has to go on. It's probably realistically, we probably won't be putting it into service probably for a month and a half.
Right, plus we need
If we're
time for
lucky.
financing.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a little bit of time, but the grill, we would probably just take tape and put over Easton over it because the grill is at least 8 to 10 weeks out. So we're not gonna hold the truck up just on a grill, which works fine.
So again, please consider the numbers here, because we will need to be making a decision, and you'll be reviewing this with finance tomorrow, so they'll obviously have some input on that. And,
So we do have a truck coming off. You
Right.
can see it up in the upper right-hand
Right,
corner.
correct.
Which is engine 3, which we just paid the last payment for. So we have 175,525 that we just made the last payment for. So that truck is now completed.
and we're talking, if we did a 10-year lease, obviously pay more interest, you're talking about a
We would
$60,000
$60,000
an
more
annual
than
year.
that
You
number.
pay more interest, but less per year.
But I think the question is, what are you gonna want to ask next? Because that goes
So the
to
next truck I
smoothing
can definitely
out the
tell you
truck.
is engine
Correct.
2 is up, which is a 2002.
And in what time frame?
Uh,
See, that's why I'm
we
asking
need
for that
to-
data.
Well, no, we need to act on it now because depends on which way we go. This is the truck I was telling you. We have 2 options to go. We can either purchase a new one, but when we purchase a new one, we have roughly a 3-year build time on it, and we would be paying it in year 4, but we'd have to act on it now because the truck is 2002. It's already 23 years old. So by the time we would get it, it's probably a 6-month lead time to design, 6 to 8 months to design it, and then it's probably close to a 3-year build time. So realistically, we're probably in that 40-month time, 36, 40 months before we get the truck, and then if we pay it in arrears, we'd probably be closer to 48 months.
Correct.
So that's where this is kind of tricky, because just because we authorize the next truck in this winter, doesn't mean we're looking for any money until 3 or 4 years down the road for the first payment.
But that's where I think, Tony,
Yep.
you can be most helpful in going through their truck schedule to help us understand.
So we have a-
To what degree the
Yep.
dollars go up or down depending on which.
We can do that, sure.
one you-
And we're paying for another truck right now, which comes off, the last payment is in 2029. So that truck would fall off, which is 228,000.
Correct.
So our idea is we gotta try to keep some type of truck schedule, because otherwise we just back up, and that's where we have multiple trucks all hitting at the same time, which is crazy.
No, I'm asking for the same thing,
Yep.
Sean, but when it came to trucks that are public works, 25 years ago, we worked out something, so we put money aside every year, even though you didn't
Yeah,
need a
that-
truck every year, because you needed to have.
Right, that didn't happen.
Because you need to have that kind of regularity from budget planning. Here, we've got the lease, which is a different, but we're trying to even out the
Yep.
lease payments for trucks as much as possible, is what I'm
Yep,
saying.
totally agree.
Or take some hits, because we think that the interest isn't worth paying for to get the longer time.
So so capital budget, operating capital budget, I have a whole nother slideshow that is basically gonna lay every single thing out for you, so you're gonna have a better understanding of what that is, which we're presenting, I think, on the 29th. So if you want, we could present that earlier on the capital side of it, because I think that just rolls right into everything. But I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
Well, I think
My
we should
sense
be
is, yeah.
ready for
I
the
think,
Board of
yeah.
Finance.
We would, particularly I think you should, like, potentially use that for the Board of Finance. You know,
Tomorrow or?
tomorrow,
Okay.
yeah, tomorrow. And then put it in our packet so that we have a chance to look at it before the 20th.
Okay. So we could do it, I could do this tomorrow, and the capital budget tomorrow to show that. And then next Tuesday, if you want, it's next Tuesday, correct?
Correct.
Particularly the apparatus schedule, and you have other items in your capital budget
Yeah.
that may not be as relevant. I
Right,
think
so
you're just looking
we
for
can
the
skip
apparatus.
those and we'll just do the apparatus.
Apparatus, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions, folks?
Thank you.
Chief,
Thank you.
Jim, thank you very
Thank you
much.
all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. All right. Next item on the agenda, we're going to get to Tony.
Yay!
Administrative Officer's report, please.
Thank you. I have your report for the first half of our fiscal year, and this is through December. And this is a year-end estimated deficit of $63,000. So that would leave our fund balance at the end of the year of just under $9 million, or 14.69% of our annual expenses. We've had a shortfall in charge for services, $60,000 due to lost rental income from the Child Center. $70,000 in transfer station fees that we're going to be under budget in the transfer station. We had budgeted for possibly increasing those fees and have not done that yet, which is causing the shortfall. And finally, $10,000 in senior fees. The Woodbridge Board of Education received a payment of $69,000 from the City of New Haven for expenses from the prior year. It's a reimbursement, therefore that counts as a surplus in the current year. We also have tuition from the Board of Ed staff. So if an out-of-town Board of Ed staff member has a child going to Beecher, we get tuition revenue, and we should get around $10,000 for that, which we did not budget for.
Tony, before we get off of the transfer station
Yes.
deficit, I just wanted to mention this as we're going into the budget cycle. Right now, from a tonnage standpoint, half of our tonnage comes from our roughly half of our tonnage comes from our haulers, and half of our tonnage comes from our residents who bring their trash there. So we pay a little less than double what we collect in terms of the overall tonnage. We charge them $90, we charge the
haulers.
haulers $90 a ton. We can look, and we usually try to make sure we reflect what the market is or something along those lines, that we're
It's
not
been a
behind
few years.
market.
It's been a few years since
So-
we've done that, so my
right.
sense is our hauling fees have increased since then. My sense is we're probably a little under, and that we could probably update that
Update
number.
that. And the other thing to consider that's been at least asked about is whether or not we want to charge a fee for transfer station, an annual fee. We haven't done that for as long as I've been in town, over 30 years. So it's not something that I'm necessarily endorsing or proposing, but I just want to, that's an area that we will continue to run at a deficit, based on current practices. So, we should definitely increase the fees.
Unless we lower the budget or increase the fees.
Or we have to do something in terms of, in closing, we looked at, the impact of closing the transfer station, and that doesn't make a big difference. It does help us in terms of our parks budget, but because those people in the summertime can be put to work, and in the wintertime can be put to work, but not necessarily the other. So I'm sorry, I didn't want to get off track, but I wanted to make sure it's just something we talk about going into the budget.
If we increased our fees, do we still remain competitive?
The
Like,
idea is that you want to be competitive with your surrounding towns, because garbage has a way of finding its way to the place with the lowest fees.
Yes.
So you don't want to be the one.
Right,
with
I
the
mean,
lowest
that's what,
fee. Yeah.
I was asking, are we gonna divert enough if we raise our fees, will we divert enough that we end up even,
As long as you're competitive and you don't want to be significantly under market.
Convenience helps too.
I also wonder if we might ask the Sustainability Committee to look at everything at the transfer station in terms of fees. There's a lot happening in the state in terms of there's different ways of doing things at different transfer stations throughout the state, is what I'll say, and we might want a recommendation from a sustainability perspective on what to do there.
We actually had a report done by SCROG we asked SCROG to do a report on just an analysis on our transfer station. The report just came in recently. I haven't even looked at it, to be quite honest, completely looked at it. I just looked at, just generally speaking, some of the things I was concerned about. But I will put that in the packet for us to discuss as part of budget.
And sustainability might want to look at that. Sorry to cut you off, but it's something that's been on my mind. We've talked a little bit about in terms of composting programs and recycling programs, and making sure our costs are controlled and that we're doing the right thing for the environment. So
Thank you.
sustainability, I don't know what their capacity is, but I want to make sure that they're in the dialogue.
Thank you.
I would anticipate if you tried to charge people for bringing their garbage there, that you would hear very loud noises in response, especially from those people who do not have children in our
I
public
agree.
school systems.
I'm one of those people, so it's not something that I'm just suggesting it because it was something that was certainly brought up. Also, Warren brought up a very good point. A lot of times, that's how you start to see a little bit more litter in and around the area as well, when people aren't, they don't feel like
They can
they wanna
throw it
pay
away properly for free.
Correct, correct. So it's not, again, so.
Okay. So on your expenditures, some highlights there. So the center building is going to experience a shortfall of electricity of $18,000, primarily due to the addition of air conditioning in the gym. So while we now have air conditioning in the gym, we have to pay more electricity. So if you look at our electricity bills, it's the summer months that have increased significantly. So we'll have to plan for that in our upcoming budget, and my guess is contingency for that. I usually like to wait a few months to see how the rest of the utilities do in that budget, see if maybe we don't use as much natural gas as we planned, and so the next few months I'll transfer that. The police collective bargaining agreement with the police union was ratified this year, and so that's through 2028. The previous contract expired in 2023, so the retroactive pay and adjusted wages is a shortfall in the department of about $280,000. So then a combination of contingency and surplus is what we'll do for this shortfall. The thing I wanted to highlight was, again, similar to the other department. I usually like to wait a little to see how this department fares in terms of overtime and filling vacant positions before I act on a majority of this, because I'm hopeful that the department can cover a portion of this, and I'm working with the chief to in fact do that. So this is sort of the worst case scenario, but unless we have a major issue, I guess the opposite can also happen, where we have a major issue happen and we have to spend more money in overtime. overtime, typically there's a few accounts in the budget that I always look at that have a tendency to be volatile, and police overtime is one. So I just want to mention that. Finally, Amity is reporting an estimated $305,000 reduction for our March 2026 payment, which was resulting from a surplus, rather, of their 24-25 operations.
So can I ask, how are we doing on the contingency from a snow overtime
So
perspective?
we're still, there's no need for contingency yet on snow overtime. That may change in the upcoming weeks, depending on how much snow we get. So we're still within our department budget. The contingency still has $223,000 in it. So to the extent we do or do not need that $223,000, we can use it for other things, including the police.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Tony, how are our animal control, we get paid from towns we support.
Correct.
How are those rates? Are they sufficient? Is it time to look at, revisit those?
So I've had this discussion with the chief. Now that the police has taken over animal control, I believe what he wants to do is, he's instituted procedures where we're getting a lot more data and a lot more information.
Good.
So I think he wants to see a history of that information to see if there's a way we can more accurately reflect the charges for the use. Because we haven't really done that really in the past, because we haven't had the data to support it. So that's sort of
So the income would be relative
to the use of the operation.
Okay.
So, going back to these Amity discussions a year ago that I watched, you should have a base cost for all towns
Right.
based on the existence and
Mhm.
availability of DAC. Then you might modify over that by the particular use of the individual towns. But the fact is, they have to have animal control.
Mhm.
And if we are offering animal control availability and a place as well as people, there's got to be a certain amount they get charged, just
We
even
could
if
do
they
it
don't
that
have
way.
a single
Like
call.
A base.
A base.
So like
Yeah.
you'd have a
Yeah.
fee for being a part of it, of course,
Yeah.
and then if there's a lot of use.
Based on what that existence costs
There's
are.
again, in animal control, there's also certain items that are volatile based on use,
Right.
and there are certain things that don't change.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
suppose what you're.
That's exactly what I'm getting to.
Right, right. Certainly.
We can be a model for Amity in the future.
We could. Those are the highlights for the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Okay. Funding request. There is one funding request, and that is for, we've collected fees for the inland wetlands for consultants regarding the 27 Beecher Road application. It has it in a letter outlined by Chris. So essentially what we do is we collect fees from the applicant, and we use the fees that they collect to fund consultants that that in the wetlands is using for the review of the application. In this particular case, it is engineering consultants, Criscolo Engineering, and a soil scientist. And so that's highlighted in the letter, and so it's essentially a revenue transfer.
And are those funds sufficient? I mean, they have to pay whatever is needed?
So if additional funds are necessary, then we'll go through this process again. So.
But with the applicant?
With
The
the
applicant
applicant,
has to
correct.
pay it.
With the applicant, right.
That's what
right,
I'm saying.
Right, right. And that has happened before, where I think it happened with the other application, where we've had to do it a few times, based on the needs of the commission.
Okay.
So I'll move we approve the funding request, the line item transfer 2526-09.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? All in favor? Motion carries. And the last item,
Oh, the
audit.
The audit. So we finished our audit. It was completed mid-December. We submitted it to the State Office of Policy and Management. And we were sent a digital copy. There were also paper copies if anyone wants to pick one up. There's the audit, which is, it's actually annual comprehensive financial report, which is sort of an increased level of detail that is sponsored by the Government Finance Officers Association. and that it provides a higher level of financial transparency and information, which we do every year. And then there's the single audit, federal and state single audit, which is this document, and it outlines all the grant dollars we've received. And then our auditor will test grants to make sure that the procedures were followed and that we've done it properly. So those are those two. We've not received any audit comments on those particular items.
Nothing material.
No. No material comments. There's a few highlights I can bring to your attention, and the auditor is speaking tomorrow at the Board of Finance meeting. So if you want to watch, you can hear her go through a presentation, or you can certainly come and listen in person. In Woodbridge, the Board of Finance is the audit committee, and they're in charge in acquiring an auditor, reviewing the audit, and so that's what they will do tomorrow. A couple of highlights I could just present for you. One is our fund balance increased $272,000. Our unassigned fund balance is a little over $9 million, or 15.5%. We had a loss on our net position, which is sort of the value of the town. It's our total assets minus our total liabilities, and that was the $2 million loss on our fixed assets because we removed the country club structures as an asset of our town, simply because most of them were removed during that year, and the one still standing is clearly not in usable condition.
Or an asset.
Or an asset, that's right. It's a liability, probably. So those were removed from our fixed asset register, so that's really the big change. That doesn't reflect or change fund balance or cash flow or anything like that. It's just the net asset of the value of the town, so to speak. It's called the net position. And if you look through the document, there's a lot of information on our pension, our OPEB, which is our other performance, our health care for retirees, our debt service, and a number of other topics.
Tony, may I ask a question, off topic but pertaining to grants?
Okay.
You and I had discussed the climate resilience grant,
Right.
which is due in 2 days.
Right. We haven't really made much progress
Okay.
on that.
Okay.
I think if we could plan for that properly for the next round,
Yeah.
I think we'd be much more successful.
I really would hope
I mean,
that we can
they had
do that.
They had like seminars on how to apply and the information you need. And I think that would be helpful to see that.
So I will.
If you know what the schedule is or you have
will
information, that would be
keep
helpful.
you posted.
Yeah.
The next round will be in a year. They
Yeah.
don't offer it semi-annually.
I thought it was in October or roughly when they started rolling out the
Yes,
programs, right?
you're right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's plan for that.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Anything else? Any
Right.
questions?
Hopefully.
No, thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is our town council update. Nick?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Two fairly quick litigation updates, and I will conclude by suggesting I think now is a good time for us to think about having a joint executive session with the TPZ and bring in our open communities lawyers and have that discussion to fully apprise this board and also bring in TPZ as well. So on the open communities lawsuit, I received an update from the town's council in that case. Timing on where things stand and where they're heading. Right now, go figure, we're still in the middle of discovery. That means the town's document review and production to the plaintiffs is still ongoing. That's probably going to continue for several more months. At this point, the plaintiffs have taken 13 depositions. It's anticipated that there will be at least 4 more of town officials over the next 3 months or so. Probably several more after that as well.
Just gonna say, that's all?
For at this point,
I'm sorry,
we've-
that confused me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So in the next 3 months, they're anticipating maybe 4 more depositions of our town officials, and then after that, maybe 2 to 4 more. So there's going to be, I don't know, they're saying between 5 and 10 more depositions to occur over the next 4 months or so.
Great, got it.
Once the plaintiffs have concluded those depositions, then it's the town's turn to start deposing the plaintiffs. Once those depositions, and I don't have an estimate on how many is within the scope or that timing on our depositions of the plaintiffs. Once those depositions have completed, then both parties, whatever experts are being put forward, it's their turn to get deposed. So all that to say, discovery is looking like it may wrap up, including these depositions, sometime late summer, early fall is the current estimate. And then it's not going to be until early next year where the parties are going to be in a position to file these actual motions that everyone has been saying, why don't we just get an answer? Why don't we get this dismissed? Well, that's our first opportunity once the discovery, once the groundwork is there. I mean, that's all the evidence in the case, right? And so that's what our attorneys are going to use to develop the robust filing that we say, Judge, you shouldn't even entertain this, you know, just rule on it right now. We shouldn't have to go any further. That's pinned for early 2027 right now. That's where we are on open communities. Fountain Street. Last week, the town received notice of 3 lawsuits that have been filed challenging the recent approval by TPZ of the Fountain Street development. Given the course of the proceedings in front of TPZ, these were not unexpected. As we normally would, my firm will appear as attorney for the TPZ. We're going to ask to consolidate the cases under a single judge, basically, to try to save costs and just organize this a bit more. And we will mount the appropriate legal defense. Timing-wise, for these cases, the court will issue a scheduling order with the next set of deadlines, which will start with Chris, with my assistance and a transcriber, compiling the full record, which means all the proceedings that were before TPZ over the past 9 months or whatever. The transcripts have to be created. Everything is packaged up digitally already, but we have to compile that, make it nice and pretty, file it with the court, and then there's a series of briefs that are filed by the parties. So at the end of that briefing cycle, the parties argue the arguments in front of the judge, and then the judge has 4 months to make a decision. So just to put that in broad scopes, I think the brief should all be in, and we'll be in a position to have an argument on these cases in maybe 7, 8, 9 months. And then after that, the court has, like I said, 4 months to issue a decision.
So this is about a year.
Correct. For all these reasons, like I said, I think now's a good time to call everyone together and discuss these cases more robustly. We can invite our Open Communities Council in to give their more detailed feedback on the Open Communities case. I think Fountain Street sort of plays into that, so they can stay for that discussion. I think it would be helpful to invite the town planner, as he was a big part towards the end of Fountain Street. So just along the lines of trying to be collaborative and have open communication, I think we have a runway here, particularly with these pending lawsuits.
And Nick, when you say that, I mean, our next meeting would be a good time for this?
Yeah.
That would be the February 11th meeting?
The hope would be, once
No.
after Nick's present, we'll reach out and see if we can't have TPZ come for a joint executive session at the start of the February meeting, if that works.
Sounds good.
May I ask a question? So my understanding is in the past, the town has occasionally taken advantage of lawyers in town to voluntarily come in and assess litigation, and offer, some strategic perspective. My understanding is there are attorneys in town who are willing to do that in this instance. And I would encourage the Board of Selectmen to consider bringing in some folks to listen. They would be under the, there's a way to construct it so that they're privileged, and then get the benefit of their thoughts about how the case is proceeding, the litigation strategy that's being offered by our OCA counsel, and help us just be sure we're operating in the best possible manner and response.
I don't know, you said that you're aware of that happening in the past, because certainly it's never been
Yeah.
done in terms of anything that I've experienced.
So what I heard specifically, and this was a long time ago, is that Ed Sheehy and Donald Salato together offered some advice.
As
and-
residents or
as
as members of agencies?
No, as residents, they volunteered, and they are, I
Were
guess
they
I sure
part of-
are and were, and unfortunately in the case of Ed, lawyers, and so they brought in some free opportunity to review and then assess.
know
It's like
both-
having,
I know both were involved. Like, for example, I know Don Salato was the chair of our TPZ for a period of time way back, and Ed was our first selectman way back, and on the board prior to that. They didn't have those roles. They were just regular residents.
this was as regular residents, as I understand it. It was
Is that-
before my time.
Is that
It was in the 1990s.
Are you familiar with that in other towns, or, and is that I love expertise.
I
but-
mean, look, I'm certainly open to taking any input or thoughts, but this would be a first to have, like, I don't know, multiple town, I mean, it gets very difficult when you've got multiple chefs in the kitchen, right? So,
And you also have a whole firm behind you as well. That's,
yeah, of course.
and your colleagues and.
I think that the issue, though, is that those of us making decisions, right, representing the actual client, only one of us has a law degree, I believe, currently. Is that correct? And and I'm not practicing. I'm not licensed to practice. And so I just think the idea is to bring lay people in who have some expertise, just to hear what the plan is and to ask some lawyerly questions of the, not, the lawyer who's been retained. Not you. I'm
no,
talking
I
about
know,
the
and
special
I'm not
counsel.
taking, I'm not like.
Yeah, I'm talking about the counsel that's been retained separate from the counsel provided by insurance, because I understand that we're paying for somebody
Peter, no.
separately. Yeah.
Peter, no. What we can do is if we can start off by just identifying who those people might be and asking them to have a conversation with, under attorney, privileged conversation with Peter. And then based on that, they can bring whatever it is to the board.
I can
So-
give you a couple of suggestions, and you can just do with it what you
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, there's some-
But this is a big deal, and it might be helpful.
It is indeed.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Anything
That's
else,
it
Nick?
for my report.
Okay, any questions?
I have some questions, and Nick, you have to tell me what's appropriate, but I have specific questions about the terms of the permit that was issued, or the motions and the conditions in the approval of 804 Fountain Street. So, for example, it says that, let me get my right notes, they're here. It says that there's a ladder storage is a condition, and it's condition number 9, but it wasn't clear whether that had to be resolved prior to any activity on site. I couldn't tell what that required. And then a second question is about what are the remaining steps? I know there was permits that they have to get from the Department of Transportation. I understand there was discussion of needing an encroachment permit, but I had been told a while ago by somebody that because of the proximity to the site, to the Route 15 overpass, the DOT would have to review the impacts of potential blasting on the overpass or underpass, whichever way you want to look at it. And DOT wouldn't look at it until the project was approved because they didn't want to waste their time with every potential project. So I would like that clarified specifically for either those 1 or 2 permits to find out what opportunities there are, if any, for the public to be engaged so that we are informing people. So I just think as part of our offering transparency into the public, it'd be helpful for us to explain to them what's left in permitting and for us to understand what conditions in the motion that was approved have to be done beforehand. As I said, for example, this issue of whether the ladder storage has to be resolved. And then another question which I have is to understand why there was bonding required for the erosion and soil control, but nothing for the blasting. There's no bonding required for blasting. I don't know whether that's something that TPZ has authority under the state to require, but I've received questions about that. Lastly, there were comments by Stephen Mason on January 5th, 2026 hearing in urging a reversal of the opportunity housing regulations for Zone A, where he stressed potential liability with respect to fire safety. And I think it would be helpful, and I assume that might be an executive session for you to advise us what you think of his presentation about potential liability.
Sure.
From an insurance perspective, and even the feasibility of insurance. So if we could get some feedback on all of those things, I would think it would be helpful to us to understand, and to the extent we're allowed to share information with the public, like the DOT process, I think that would be a good thing for us to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to, answer those to the extent possible. I mean, I'd like to, refresh myself on the conditions, to answer the conditions questions and have those in front of them. It'll also be helpful to have Mike D'Amato here, since he was, drafted a lot of those. And that's a discussion for the executive session. I agree, there is at the very least 1 or 2 levels of subsequent DOT approval that's going to be needed, and maybe more. I will take another look at my notes on that I made during the proceedings, and we can ask. I mean, Mike and I both took the same notes. Whether there's an opportunity for the public, I mean, which is what you're getting at, to go in front of DOT and say, hey, don't approve this for whatever reason, that I don't know, and that may be a different question. But we can answer, what else comes in terms of approvals.
Well, I'm thinking specifically, I believe there was no discussion of public buses, for example, when it came to traffic. People still want to make that issue, raise that issue, school buses, and so this would give them an opportunity potentially when it comes to encroachment to at least raise the issue. When it comes to the overpass, there is no bonding for blasting, and there's no, that I saw, any restriction on the hours for blasting.
Much of blasting falls statutorily under the purview of the fire marshal, and there's only so much that can be built into the zoning regulations. I think that's why there is limited reach of the zoning regs right now. I don't know, the question was raised earlier too in a slightly different context by Andrea. I mean, can the regs add more teeth, for lack of a better word, to where blasting is being done in town? I don't have the answer to that right now, but it's a good question.
But blasting may be the issue with the overpass. So I mean, it's just another opportunity for the public, if they're concerned about blasting, if there is a public engagement in such a DOT review, that they have an opportunity to be heard. I do have one other thing that I wanted to ask you to look at, which is that under Chapter 75 of our code, 75-76, there is a specific provision about the appointment of alternate members with respect to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. and it says that, the chairperson shall designate an alternate to act, choosing alternates in rotation so that they shall act as nearly equal a number of times as possible. The issue has been raised whether that is in fact happening, and I think we certainly want compliance with our ordinances. So I think I would at least appreciate your taking a look at that versus what town plan and zoning has been doing.
Yeah, I actually am in agreement, and I mean, as we all know, the question has come up and it's been answered, but not, I think there's more to come. What the response has been on the record during the TPZ meeting, I mean, let's just get right to it. Everyone doesn't like the fact that Bob Wisnia didn't have a vote on Fountain Street, but Kathy Hunter did. Now, that came up during the proceeding. The advice was, look, what the consistent rotation, Chris has been the gatekeeper of that rotation that has been represented to be how the alternates have been rotated for the past 20 years. I'm not saying just because something has been done forever means it's right. I'm saying that that section that you are reading from was contemplated when this rotation process was put into place. I've had those discussions with Chris, and I will continue to. I mean, you're looking at me like that struck a chord.
I see no evidence that it was contemplated.
Well, that's a different report than what I'm receiving.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
I mean, I can only play messenger here
no,
as much as
I understand. Yeah.
But no, I think that's worth looking at, and we will.
Okay, thank you.
And is that Chris's job to do? Is that appropriate for her to, as you said, gatekeep the?
Well, someone, yeah.
She's
I mean,
the
someone
assigned
has
administrator.
to. She's there at every meeting. You know, she's the consistent person there. I mean, I suppose you could hire a clerk specifically for that reason.
No.
But here it says the chairperson shall designate the alternate, and what we have happening is we have the clerk telling him who to designate.
The chair defers to her.
Right.
Well, the chair defers or references, who's next? And I've heard it, Rob Klee and Jeff both say, who's next, who's up for the alternate? So she maintains the record.
But the obligation of the TPZ is to comply with the ordinance, and my understanding is there's been no evidence that the TPZ ever adopted or approved the way she's doing it. And I'm not blaming Chris, I'm just saying we need to be sure that people are complying with our ordinances, and so I think we need to have a
Well, I, as your town attorney, want to make sure that's getting complied with too, because it's one of the claims in the Fountain Street cases, as I'm sure you're aware, that, you know, the alternate rotation was illegal, effectively. And, you know, we have a response to that, and we will make it, and Chris's position and our position will be that rotation, I think it's worth more explanation. And because when you get to actually logistically playing out the scenarios that can happen, I mean, Chris will do this, and maybe we should invite her into the executive session as well to just talk about what that process practically looks like on a month-to-month basis, because people recuse themselves from certain items, people fall off from other items. It may seem like it is not equal, but when you get the explanation that I'm ineloquently giving right now, it does make sense. And at this moment, based on what I have learned, I'm comfortable that we are in compliance with that section. But look, I'm happy to continue to engage to give you that same level of comfort.
Thank you. Nick, I also had a question, if I could. It relates to Luciani Street, and if we could, I'm not tied into it as, you know, completely, but I know we at one point in time had a December deadline. Then I understood that we had a March deadline. Now it was mentioned that we might have a May deadline. So if we can have some discussion with Chris and with the to bring to TPZ, and the reason I'm asking you is I'd like to understand what our ability is to impact beyond TPZ's permits, or in conjunction with TPZ's permits in terms of taking action and as far as that's concerned.
Understood.
Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda.
Oh,
I'm
can I
sorry.
just- I don't know if you were present at the time, but I was asking for a presentation of both 830G and the new bill that's available to the public. And I just would hope you would help Mika identify what's out there with, at least with respect to 830G. There's probably some material that could be thrown up on the website, you know, and that would be helpful if we did that as soon as possible.
I think, yes, 830G deserves a clear public explanation, and that's pretty simple to do.
And I have spoken with Mike about it, so we
Yeah.
just bring him in on it. He's very much
Yeah.
aware,
No,
and
he can-
he's working on something
Well,
already.
You can
So,
present something to people as soon as possible. Thank you.
Sure.
next item on the agenda is Board of Selectmen subcommittee appointments. As we know, we've been working with 3 subcommittees, ordinance, personnel, and strategic plan, generally appointed. Like what we do is we just discuss who wants to be on which. I can tell you as far as ordinance is concerned, Steve, Maria, and David?
Oh, David.
David, was David previously. We're on ordinance. Personnel was Andrea, Sheila, and myself, and strategic plan was Sheila, David, and myself. So to that end, just wanted to discuss exactly how we're going to do this. Ordinance committee, I say there's 3. I usually don't participate in those meetings, specifically because there's 3 selectmen who are on it, and the 4th would constitute a quorum. Whereas the other 2 are ones that I feel are important that I be a part of, obviously. So that's why those are 2 other members and myself. So to that end, I'll just hit personnel first because Andrea, you're here. I'm under the impression you wanted to continue,
I would love to.
and Lauren has indicated she would like to participate in that. So unless there's any objections, we'll go with that.
I look forward to working with you, Lauren.
And ordinance committee, Maria and Steve have both indicated they'd like to continue on it. And Amy, you mentioned you were interested in that. So it's appropriate. So that's that. And then the last is the strategic plan committee. Strategic plan last time was, I said myself, David, and Sheila. So it was none of the 3 here, and but either one of you, it would be 2 individuals. So one of you, and I'm not, I haven't asked, so I don't know the answer to this one, is what I'm saying. And
I'm happy to do it.
and I think, Maria, you had indicated
Wanna do it?
your desire to be on our side.
I'll do it. Andrea has a job.
Yep.
Exactly.
And a farm.
I just have a dog who will look at me like.
So everyone in agreement, strategic plan committee will be Maria, Amy, and myself. Personnel will be Andrea.
Maria, okay.
Maria, Andrea, and myself. I'm sorry.
You went to another one.
I got it.
You were
Strategic
we
plan.
got it.
Maria, Amy, Mika is
Yes,
strategic.
strategic.
Okay.
Personnel is Andrea,
Lauren and Andrea.
Lauren, and myself, and ordinance is Amy, Steve, and Maria.
Excellent.
Okay?
I'm Dave 2.0. That's what it came out to. Okay, got it.
Do we vote on subcommittee appointments, or is this more of a statement of fact?
It's by consensus.
It's by consensus.
Wonderful.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is our Charter Revision Committee nominees, and I'll make a motion that we nominate a slate that includes Susan Jacobs, Nicole Donzello, Jeff Ginsburg, Pat Madden, Susan Davidson, Melissa Durso, and David Vogel.
Wait, I'm gonna need you to repeat that, please.
Sure.
Everyone.
Susan Jacobs, Nicole Donzello, Jeff Ginsburg. The 3 I mentioned are Democrats, are registered Democrats. Pat Madden and Susan Davidson, who are who registered as unaffiliates. And Melissa Durso and David Vogel, who are registered as Republicans.
Interesting.
Okay, well, so we put 3 names and you're offering to put 1 on, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do we have a first and a second? I'm sorry.
Yes, Steve
You
second.
first, you seconded. I'm typing the names.
And we're in discussion right now.
So, are we at discussion?
We are at discussion.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to say is that We did put forward 3 names. And for the sake of the public, I just want to say what those 3 folks are and what their qualifications are. Will you give me a minute? I actually took the time to write stuff down. Oh, this is the planner part. Hold on, I'm a paper person. I have to look at it this way. We, Andrea and I, came into this being very cooperative, at least for us as new board members, on the charter revision process. As you know, in our special meeting, we went ahead and said, yes, let's initiate the charter process. And our intent was to make sure that the process was both in good faith by all of the members of the Board of Selectmen and bipartisan, with a focus on qualifications. We presented 3 people as the minority representatives, so our understanding was that you all were going to present as a majority 4 folks, and we were going to nominate 3, and that our 3 nominees in turn, we looked for a set of complementary skills. We proposed Dave, who you did mention, as a past Board of Selectmen member with practical experience of how our town operates. We proposed Cynthia Anger, who has expertise as a municipal attorney both in Stamford and in Milford, and is also the program chair for Post University's Master of Public Administration program. And an MPA is what is looked for when people are actually managing towns. So it is very much in the realm of charters and how towns operate. And then Kathy Wick, who has a master's in public administration, who completed research on town charters as part of that achieving a master's in public administration, and is a professional editor, which is useful so that the end result of our charter isn't all legalese, but is actually something that can be understood by the residents in the town. Also of note, I'm the only person here today who was involved in the appointment of the last charter revision committee. While I had won my seat by 57% of the vote, I respected the right of the minority to choose committee members. Despite significant concerns, I will say, about the capability of one person and whether they would add value, but I respected, working with Ed Sheehy, the intent to make sure that the minority's nominees were respected and were serving on the Charter Revision Commission. Based on some earlier conversations, I had actually hoped that we would reach a bipartisan tradition today. I'm actually floored that I've gone from thinking that maybe one person on our list had a challenge to finding that 2 do. And frankly, I'm pretty darn distressed about it.
Me too.
We just completed a strongly contested election where the first selectman won by just 8 votes out of over 3,800. And the difference in votes among the selectmen candidates, I will note, was much smaller than the last time round. There's very little difference among us. Given the many contentious issues that are facing our town, I thought we, as the new Board of Selectmen, would focus on reaching consensus to help our town as a whole reach consensus on the important issues facing our town today. So let me start first with Cindy Anger. I have not heard a word from anybody, Lauren, Maria, Steve, Mika, objecting to Cindy. And I'm completely flummoxed why you would not take somebody who actually is somebody who provides town council, who is a municipal law expert, and who is indeed somebody who is an administrator for MPAs. I mean, nobody, I think, who you have presented could have better qualifications to serve on this. And so I'm just astonished. Then I have to say, with respect to Kathy, she is fully qualified as well. And we made every effort to provide a diversity of skill sets, all of which are relevant to you all, in order to in order to make sure that we had a diversity of skill sets available to the Charter Revision Commission. The only thing I can guess is that both Kathy Wick and Cindy serve on the Land Trust. And the Land Trust is a litigant now, but they are not individually suing the town. And there is no money involved in this lawsuit. It's an appeal of a decision by a government entity. And in fact, I would say, I understand, Nick, many times you've said that there's no conflict where there's no money involved. So here, there is no money. The litigants are not seeking any kind of remuneration. They're just trying to reverse or amend a government agency's decision. And I have to say personally, I think it's vital that we live in a country and a town where government decisions can be appealed in court. I think it's vital that there be volunteers who are willing to serve on the boards of nonprofits, whether that be a land trust or Massaro Farm. And I think it's vital that in this instance, we recognize that the appeal that we're talking about is very popular to our town residents, as almost no one in town supported the apartment building proposal that TPZ has approved. So,
including the WDTC.
Yes.
And opposition comment.
Yeah. So, so I don't think I've heard with respect to just Kathy that there's an optics problem, but I haven't. I refute that there is such an optics problem for the reasons that I just said. And I'll tell you frankly, I would like a minute to confer with Andrea, but actually at this point, I'm going to withdraw. I would like to withdraw Dave Vogel's nomination because I think this thing is a sham. And we're not going to nominate, be said that we got one nominee because we haven't gotten anything. And I just think this is...
So you're basically saying the people who are represented... Go on, I'm sorry.
I am saying that on this commission, there will be nobody who represents the 1,920 people who voted for Rob Rosasco and the, close to that number who voted on other boards of selectmen. And I think it's a very bad way to start in our effort to work together, as well as the effort of the town as a whole to reach consensus on very difficult issues.
Thank you.
I'm really shocked.
I want to add to this.
Please,
I
well,
will let you respond, but
she just spoke for a good 10 minutes.
Yes,
Please
Mika.
please give somebody an
and
opportunity,
I'm
please.
grateful she did.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Steve.
I don't intend to speak about the folks who haven't been nominated. I think what we have is a fantastic group of people who are willing to serve and that we've put forward. So we have nominated a slate of 7 people that include 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 2 unaffiliated people. And all of them are well-known and well-accomplished in this town. And they bring together a diverse set of skills that will be an excellent fit for this committee. I'm happy to go through them, and we shared their resumes.
No, thank you.
So, and we spent last week we were together, we appointed people to 18 different commissions. We accepted every one of your nominees. We have worked together collaboratively, and we agreed with every one of those nominees. In this case, we put together what we think is a great team.
You have majority representation on this board, regardless. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Robust debate?
I have no fears of anything.
Mika.
Yes.
The first meeting in November following the election, and I will reiterate, 49.99% versus 50.01%.
Okay.
You acknowledged, you hear the town.
Mm-hmm.
You are hearing them, and you will represent everyone. Guess this is not that. This is not that. Prove it to us. We are the minority.
We
should be presenting the minority names.
You have 3 Democrats,
It's
2
this.
Republicans,
This
and
isn't
2
about political.
Yous, and one of the U's is a past
What
chair
is
of the
the
Republican
intent?
Town Committee.
What is the intent of this, and are you meeting it? No.
The intent.
Maria,
we
you even said at our
absolutely are.
last meeting, you want to honor the spirit of appointments in a fair, in the spirit of minority representation, not just on paper, not just with the U's, D's, and R's.
Then we should have come
and
to
this
the
is
table with
precisely
a full,
what that is.
We should have come to the table since July and discuss
Oh,
that, not
please,
just
so
the
you're
three
gonna hold
people.
a decision during a campaign period against us and punish us
Why?
for
I
not
just
voting
said we
on
should
this
come
in
together
July?
and collaborate. I didn't say to punish anyone.
So
I
this
said-
is their opportunity to collaborate.
How have we not
We made
collaborated?
effort. We made
How
an
have we-
effort to
How have we
collaborate.
not collaborated? I've been on this board since January 1st. We immediately on January 6th said, yes, we'll start the process. We understood that we would share names. We shared names. I don't get it. I
You
don't
shared
see
more than
collabor-
these 3 names?
I shared 3 names. I got response on 1. I got nothing
We
about.
spoke
I
about
thought
one.
that 2. I thought 2 of them were fine, until I walk in here, and I just am. I'm frankly appalled. I mean, to be specific, Mika, here's your quote: that you viewed the narrow margin as, quote, a mandate to listen more closely to the whole town. If you do not support me, I hear you, and I will work to earn your trust and serve all of Woodbridge, end quote. This does not look like an effort to collaborate and work with folks. And
I disagree, and I don't
Well-
think that's fair to the people who've been put forward.
Oh, Steve,
There-
this is
there's-
about you,
it's not about
Mika,
me.
Maria, and Lauren, and what you're bringing. It absolutely is. And if you fail to see, this is not about
What
those
other names
individuals.
did you have?
We had 3 names.
No,
we
no.
have 3 seats.
So
Correct.
No,
what
you
is
don't
the
have
problem
3
with
seats.
Cindy Anger? Would
Yes,
you tell us,
we
please?
do.
You do not. That is not how the
This
process
is
works.
so. This is how
That is
you're
not
choosing.
correct. No,
this
that
is
is not correct.
Steve.
It is
I
wrong.
will.
What you were saying is factually
what,
wrong.
What?
It is wrong.
It is
It is
wrong as
wrong.
to the history of this town, where I can tell you, as the only person here who has actually appointed a charter revision commission, that the tradition of this town is that the minority on the Board of Selectmen gets to choose all the minority reps on the
This is
commission.
not in good faith
And
for-
you are blasting that, which makes it very difficult for us to then cooperate with you in the future of things you want, because what you've shown is.
You haven't shown any cooperation thus far in terms of the names of the people we put forward, even on the boards and commissions. So
We did-
please, let's
Excuse
just
me?
be.
We
let's
voted
just
for
be-
most of them.
No, you voted against most of them.
No, we
In
didn't.
terms
Look
of,
at the
no,
record.
most of, the ones that weren't renominated. The renominations, we all know who those people are, and we very graciously let those people on, and those were voted on by you. But please, take a look at the record in terms of the people who you voted against and the things you said about those people. As
we
Steve
voted
mentioned,
for quite a few.
which was not necessary, but what you said about those people. What Steve mentioned is very true, that we were very thoughtful in trying to make sure that we got people who had a diverse set of values and in a diverse viewpoint in terms of what would be needed in this particular, on this committee. You've got 2 chairs of the RTC, and you've got a Republican lawyer
What are you talking about?
Pat Madden is a former chair and a
Mika,
former state senator of the
Please
DTC.
don't try to
Don't-
misconstrue your effort of selecting people that are Republican and honor what we
No.
and what 49.99% of the
what you're
town
saying.
elected
No,
us
that's not
to
true,
represent.
because the people who you're putting on the board are people who
This
have not
is
said, who
gross.
say no, no, no
Cindy
to everything.
Anger doesn't
They're-
say no,
I-
no,
I'm
no.
not gonna
Do you want to talk about other people that you're putting forth in this
Kathy
way?
Wick
Absolutely
doesn't
not.
say
It's
no, no, no.
inappropriate.
No, we have put together a slate of people we feel can work together to do what we
You are
need to do.
unilaterally making
It's
a
no
call.
different
You are not
than you-
representing the whole town, and you are not honoring us or the 50% of voters that supported us and our slate. This will be on you. This charter represents every single person. How many times did you say that last turn? This is the
And it still
town's
will.
charter.
And it will be.
We represent half the
Exactly.
town, and you're not giving
No,
us a voice.
that is not correct.
Period.
That is not correct. I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
How can you look me in
I
the
can
eyes
very easily.
and say that when you are not letting us put forth the minority representation?
The way the minority representation works is that there can only be a maximum of 4 from one party. We don't have that. We didn't put a maximum of 4
This
Democrats on
is
here.
Well-
gross.
There are 3 Democrats, there are 2 unaffiliated, and there are 2 Republicans. And the first bit of work that they will do is listen to the public. That is how this process works. And we
After
won't
listening to the
ultimately decide.
WTTC, I'm sure.
again,
Are these people don't have
kind of
any
comments are not
association with-
appropriate.
So-
Nicole Donzello is a
She's a
chairperson.
Democrat.
And
She's a
so is
Democrat.
David Vogel.
So is David Vogel.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
well, not-
But don't tell me they don't have affiliation. All right, we don't need.
So I would like to ask, though, what you are saying belies the effort, frankly, that I've seen Mika make, unlike others, to actually honor not just the letter of the law with respect to appointments, but the spirit of the law.
Amy, we were
This
here last week and we
completely-
accept every single one of your nominations.
Okay, so
But
that
this-
was your
Every-
strategy.
Okay, but there
You,
was
so
no
you're
strategy.
showing your cards.
Every
You
single
gave
one.
us that, so now you're going to
You
take
didn't-
this.
you
This is
didn't-
how
we didn't have
democracy
any-
works.
No.
It wasn't a strategy. and
You're
we didn't
showing the
even know-
public something
We
different.
didn't, we
We
didn't know
showed-
who you were going to put up until Monday. So, no, it had nothing to do with strategy, because we had no idea who
I'm
you
calling
were
your
putting
bull
up.
on that.
And in
It's true,
2023,
it's a
He's saying
fact.
it right
That's
now.
a fact.
No.
He's saying it
That's-
right now.
that's a fact.
Because they were so accommodating
No,
last
we
week.
were, and in 23 we were as well. We accepted, I think, nearly everyone,
And
if
for the
not
past
every
2
single
decades, your party has not been. Do you really want to play this game? Like, what are you
one.
saying?
Again,
holding
it's
us accountable
inappropriate
for?
for you to do this.
I am
talking about 2
absolutely
decades of stuff.
appropriate right now.
We've worked together on this board for 4 years now, and we've had every single one of your nominations go forward.
Nope,
So to say that
that's
we
not
haven't,
true. No, no,
or
no.
That's
nearly every
absolutely
single-
not
nearly
true.
We did last week every single one.
No, you
Every
did not.
single
Bob
one.
Wisnia did not get
Bob
appointed.
was not up for a reappointment. His commission was ongoing. So you asked for a move.
Yes.
That's what you asked for.
Yes.
We
Okay,
didn't
so
do
you're
it. It was
getting
not
into
an appointment.
semantics
not-
that
It's
are
not
ugly.
semantics.
Yes.
It's not semantics.
You're
It's the
being
reality
ugly.
of the situation. So you asked for a
This is
change.
what you want, Mika? This is what you want for your board and for the people that you were supposed to
What
be
I'd like,
representing
what
holistically?
I would have hoped is that you would have put up candidates who weren't in the who didn't represent the types of things that the candidates represented. I
What
can
do
tell
they
you,
represent
Amy, we've had the
other
conversation.
than-
I'm not going to bring it up.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring it up. We've
And
had
you
the.
I did
put
not
up
have a
candidates that don't
conversa-
represent some of the same things?
I did not have a conversation
No,
with
they
you
don't,
about.
Andrea.
full-
They don't attend public
is
comment
their-
and public hearings and
I'm
chastising.
sorry, you don't want any? Oh,
And no, I
please.
want comments.
So
I don't want,
Cindy,
I don't want.
Cindy Anger is entirely new. We had a brief conversation about Kathy Wick. Cindy Anger, I don't understand because nobody communicated to me what the objection is. As I said, she's a town attorney. She's the only attorney you've represented who actually has served other towns. She is also somebody who works
Melissa
as the
Durso
academic.
represents a state, so. we're-
Yeah, the lottery. It's not exactly the same topic.
She writes legislation, there's different things that she's
So,
been engaged in, so.
But that, it's a
she's
very, look,
qualified.
I've
She's
lived,
very
I've worked at the
qualified.
local and state level. I can tell you it's very different. I'm not trying to disparage any of the nominees that you originally gave us, which were 3, and you said you were working on a 4th. I'm objecting the fact that you're stripping us of an ability to make nominations, just 3, and have them be respected. With respect to this process, I have to tell you, I now withdraw Dave Vogel because that's in what you're doing is mere window dressing to try and say, oh, well, we took one of them. So as far as
And
I'm
as-
concerned, you've taken none of them.
And as
It's just ridiculous to suggest that, oh, we listened to you, because it's clear you didn't listen at all. And I don't think it's fair to Dave to walk around as the supposed nominee of ours because you've disrespected the whole process.
I agree. I second
I'm sorry
that.
you feel that way. I think he
And-
would be very, I think he would be a great addition to the committee.
Well, I wish
He's
this
been
is on you.
nominated and seconded.
It would be, the idea is that we are objecting to, Maria, is not Dave. We think all 3 of our folks are qualified. What we are objecting to is the process that's being unveiled to us right now, which we think is strong-arming the fact that, yes, you have the majority. You can do it. Is it the right thing to do? We are explaining why it's the wrong thing to do. We are explaining why, if you want to represent that this Board of Selectmen is a good example of achieving consensus in a town that is just like right down the middle divided, and we have incredibly contentious issues to us, you are setting a very bad example. And you have to
think-
understand from our
I do
perspective,
understand where you're
without
coming from.
a single phone call, I'm sitting here thinking,
Amy,
I don't,
like you said,
nobody's
we-
gonna share this with me. I don't know what the heck is going on.
I haven't received a phone call either in terms of what's, and we did, and I did
I
tell you.
talked to
at
Steve.
the
Steve and I
day you
shared a
presented me-
conversation. I
The day you
gave it to-
presented me, I said, do you have alternatives? The day you presented.
I said,
Do you
no,
have
please
alternatives?
look at their qualifications. And then I
And
didn't hear
and I
anything.
knew all of those people.
You didn't actually read the
So
resume.
you're
I
making
was
choices
asking you
based
to
on
read the
personal
resumes.
preferences, personal issues,
we made
not based on qualifications.
Personal, no, by no means.
Mika, how are they not qualified for this?
How are the people who are here that are not, are you saying these people aren't qualified?
I'm saying these people are more qualified.
How do you know
and
that?
They
Have you read
serve
theirs?
better because they truly represent the minority.
So how is
Put
that
together
serving
a
better?
group of people who could serve collaboratively on a committee to engage the public and get this important work done. That was the goal.
Which you did without consultation with us, is what I'm saying.
Your
making
issue-
a
We
unilateral
had consultation.
decision.
We had
Since
consultation.
July.
Your
You are
issue-
making a unilateral decision.
Your issue is, Cindy, anger, if I'm understanding you correctly. We had collaboration. We talked about
We talked about
candidates.
one person at
We
3
talked
o'clock in
about
the afternoon.
candidates.
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about one person at
Yes,
3
we did.
o'clock in the afternoon. I'd never heard anything about Cindy Anger. And I told you I was going to put stuff on the record. That's why I have this prepared statement, but I had no idea that my statement was going to have to apply to 2 out of our 3 people. I think that is, well, as I'm saying, the next time I come to this meeting, I'm going to say to myself, what's the point?
What is the point?
Yeah.
And-
What's
and in
the
fact,
point? I mean, you know.
What pretty much they're doing is making the charter revision a proxy for the next campaign. And this is, oh no, you don't have the right. That is what you're doing. Be aware.
Now we're getting.
I will say one thing, which is that I, as first selectman, when I started, I got advice from another first selectman that said, just remember, your enemy become of one moment becomes your friend at the next. And I have to tell you, I mean, you're treating us as having no voice at the table.
Totally disrespectful.
So I
Totally
don't
disrespectful.
understand what you're going to look for us to do in the future.
I'm going to,
You can call the question,
I'm
but
going, no, actually, I'm going to call a recess, allow you to do what you asked to do. You wanted to consult with Andrea. Let's calm down for a moment.
We are
Wait.
removing Dave from consideration.
Yes.
Let's vote, and I'm leaving because this board has
Andrea,
spoken volumes.
that's-
No. This is.
So we have a nomination.
So
and a
you,
second.
you are right now just, never mind.
We've nominated the 7 people. We've been seconded.
Do you want to recess?
I don't think there's any purpose, I think, but it's understood that we would be voting against
wanna
Dave
recess.
Vogel. I just want to make clear on the record, we are voting against Dave Vogel, not because he isn't qualified, but because he is being used as a prop by you all.
So nobody's
And he is used
You're
as
not
a
hearing
prop.
That's insulting
You are
to Dave. That's
disrespecting
insulting
us,
to Dave.
and you are
That's not the
disrespecting
intent.
the
That was never
democratic
the intent.
process.
I'm telling you that. No, this is.
You are
this
going
is
back
the
on your
democratic
words in
process.
November, and
This
Woodbridge
this
Mika is proving to all of you that his intention to represent you all, that he heard you after the election, was a fallacy.
This is an effort to get something done with people who will be open and
Then trust
objective
us.
to the process.
Trust us to
it's
put
very-
forth people that will
I
get
did.
it done.
I
That
did.
have high
And
qualifications.
And the nominees that you gave were of concern. So I did. We did. And that's the process. That's what you're hearing. We gave you an opportunity to put forth people, and
We put forth great qualified people, and
as if to say these are not great qualified people. They are.
No, Mika, what we are talking about is the process and the intention behind
wanna
that
talk?
process.
Do you want to take a recess?
Take a recess? I
Yes,
think just
I think it would be
everybody to
good.
take a couple deep breaths.
So, yeah, I think a recess would be great. We'll call a recess and come back and resume the conversation. We are resuming our discussion, and during the recess, we had an opportunity to discuss some things. And in light of the discussion and some of the things that were expressed, we did recognize Cindy Auger's qualifications. And in talking to some of our folks, they were understanding that, that they were totally reasonable and understanding in terms of they would love to play a role, but not necessarily did they have to. So from that perspective, we did talk about one individual. I thought we came to some conclusions as far as that's concerned. So I'd like to amend my motion.
I'm going to withdraw the motion.
I wanted
That'd make my life so much easier.
Yeah.
to withdraw my motion and withdraw your second.
Yes, that's acceptable. I withdraw.
And make a motion that that we actually nominate Susan Jacobs, Nicole Donzello, Jeff Ginsburg, Pat Madden, Cynthia Anger, Melissa Durso, and David Vogel as members of our Charter Revision Committee.
Hold on. Can you?
Cynthia Anger in place of Susan Davis.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate
And
you
I-
knowing
and I
what I was about to
and I
ask, because I
second.
just don't want to reach. And you second. Wonderful.
So,
For discussion on the record, I remain disappointed that we do not have all our three. I do thank you for at least reconsider the power play that you were engaged in. This is an improvement, though it's not where I think we should ideally be. And just to reiterate, it was not the way charter revision was done when I was first selectman with 57% of the vote.
appreciate your comments.
I'd just like to say, after, being new and learning, that, as I watched some of the process and discussion, the intent that I saw for everyone involved was having a really good group and team together, and a lot of those names came in earlier this week, and there were people that were considered, and some of that work was underway, and I think people were being really thoughtful across the board, not about, party but really about who was going to be engaged in the work of charter revision, which is so important to our town. And we also know that there will be public input in the charter revision process. So, that came up a lot tonight as something that folks are looking for. So I just want to really say that, the intent versus the impact, I know how upsetting it was, but certainly the intent of putting that slate forward was thoughtful about a team of people who could do that work together.
So to be transparent, when Mika did raise issues with me just today about Kathy, I asked that we vote on her first so that we have separately, so we have an opportunity to vote for her because we think she's really qualified. Mm-hmm. So I would ask whether or not you would allow us to withdraw your motion again. Let us vote on Kathy. You guys are going to vote no, I know, but I'd like to at least vote for her because she is our nominee. And if you fill all 7 slots, I won't have an opportunity to vote for her. And that may sound like window dressings, but to me,
It is window
helpful
dressing.
to us to feel that we have at least an opportunity to vote for her. And then you guys can withdraw, you can vote no, and then you can put this slate of 7 forward.
There's a motion on the table, and we've had enough discussion so that people from a public standpoint understand completely what you've just described. I don't see that being any more productive than
It
us
will make a
just taking
difference
the
whether
vote.
I vote yes or no on this slate of 7. I'm just trying to be honest, I feel like that's what I owe
single
people.
out an individual person.
Well,
just move forward
We're
with
moving on
she's-
voting on and agreeing on a slate, which is
I will add to this discussion that I appreciate your willingness to come back with this alternate motion, and I am still very disappointed, and I really struggle to take to heart what you expressed, Lauren, because though I have no doubt that you worked hard with the intention to put a great team together. And as I tried to convey earlier, this is about the process and the intention surrounding it. And I am very disappointed with this process. And though this recess, I appreciate the effort made after the result of this discussion, I don't think it should have even been necessary to be there in the first place. And so I remain disappointed and I feel disrespected. I will say also, thank you, that I heard a comment made by Mika that we put candidates that come to public comment and chastise. People have free speech. It is their right. That should not weigh into any decision.
Excuse me, Andrea, but if I might, how I view an individual is by their actions. That's how I view an individual. When I'm making a decision on whether to make an appointment of an individual, I view it on I make that decision based on their actions. And actions have consequences. So, yes, by all means, did I ever stop anybody from making a public comment? Did I ever, no. They're free to make their comment, and that's exactly what they do. But what people say and how they say it and to whom they say it does carry some weight in terms of just exposure, just being there and seeing it and understanding that's the case. So, whatever the case.
Steve, that comment wasn't shared before. We haven't been over that, and I don't appreciate.
Well, I just made
There's not silencing. There's been loads of conversation. We have hours and hours of talk at every meeting, and you have plenty of airtime, Andrea. No one has stopped you from talking.
And we have been over this. I don't see that there's any reason to go. All I'm saying is that from you just said I made a comment as if to say that I'm not giving the person that I don't respect.
That's not fair.
I not only respect it, I encourage it.
Well,
so
clearly not, because there might be consequences.
Obviously, well, that's when I have the decision to make in terms of what I do from my personal standpoint.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, your personal
Yes.
standpoint.
Yes.
Okay.
I move that we call the question.
Second.
Motion and second to call the question.
All in favor of the slate as?
I'm making, that ends discussion. The motion to call the question is to end discussion. So.
All in favor?
Opposed? Motion carries. Why don't we take the vote on the slate?
All in favor of the slate as amended, or as presented, last presented, which would be Susan Jacobs, Nicole Donzello, Jeff Ginsburg, Pat Madden, Cynthia Anger, Melissa Durso, and David Vogel. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Next item in the agenda is for us to discuss.
When should I schedule it for?
It's the recommendations for the Charter Revision Commission, which we gave you a version and you gave yours, and there are overlaps, which we appreciate, and our suggestion is that both be sent in to the Charter Revision Commission so that they get all of our perspectives on issues to be considered.
Can I, just as part of yours, there's a bit of a preamble, which
Yes.
Having looked at some other charter revision recommendations in other towns over the last few years, I haven't seen something like that before. Nick, I would defer to you what your thought is about the first couple of paragraphs and sort of.
So I did check.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
But just to let you know, I did check the case law.
Okay.
That's cited.
Yeah, I just looked at examples over the last few years. I haven't seen that, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll just offer my comments from the perspective of having represented several charter revision commissions over the past few years. As we know and are obviously discussing, the law initiating the Charter Revision Commission allows the Board of Selectmen, in doing so, to provide recommendations for what the commission should review in the charter, what's ripe for review. Generally, those recommendations are not framed in a manner that advocates for one position or against. I have seen these recommendations framed more generally without taking a position and basically saying something along the lines of, to use some of the examples here, Okay, we think it's appropriate for the commission to look at the question of whether the first selectman should be authorized to be a tiebreaker at the Board of Selectmen. We think looking at appointed versus elected TPZ members is something to look at. That is how I have seen these recommendations framed, and that's what I've supported. I think that gives, a fair, sort of unbiased framework for what the Charter Commission is going to be considering and why. Now, that being said, during the Charter Commission's actual role, it will be interviewing and taking comment from departments, officials who have been in the day-to-day operations of the town, and there may be a reason or there may be an actual reason why someone feels that, oh, I think this provision of the charter should be changed for this reason, and here's why. That's more of sort of a practical day-to-day operational input and recommendation. So what I'm seeing here is sort of like a threshold. This is how Amy and Andrea see sort of the state of things in the town that is then providing the basis for why they believe that revisions to the charter should be made in a certain, I mean, you're obviously advocating for things to happen in the charter.
We suggest they be considered.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just, that's my answer to the question. Legally, I think, obviously, this board may not be able to, as a group, by consensus, vote on, a unanimous list of recommendations, but really, it's at the discretion of this board how you want to frame and distribute those recommendations. I mean, getting two sets from one half of the board and another half just may be confusing to the commission, but
in terms of process, I guess I'd like there to be one document that's a merger of the two. As Amy notes, there's some overlap in our recommendations. We have a document with with 9 recommendations. You have 7. There's a couple of overlaps plus the sort of preamble. I'm fine with those being merged, but I think if we were to adopt them both together, perhaps we could get together to then, or if there, I don't know if there's a way to then merge them into one. Putting them two, as you say, might be a little difficult.
I guess I had already mentioned at some point the idea that we might have a majority and minority report. I don't see why we couldn't have that. If you have objections to the preamble, so to speak, stuff that we have, I can read it into the record, and then it doesn't have to be shared with the Charter Revision Commission. But our list, for example, is we could not endorse the idea of 4-year terms for the Board of Selectmen, particularly after what we've just discussed or been engaged in. There are I mean, I think 4-year terms are something that we just think are a terrible idea. If you want us to, shorten it, we can do that. But I would like to read what the purposes of a town meeting is and this Connecticut Supreme Court case to make it clear. And I would like to put forth what we believe are the criteria by which the Charter Revision Commission should consider whether to make amendments, because I think that is a good context. If I have to just do it on a record of this meeting, that's fine. But I do think that we believe it is important that we present ourselves as a minority because we do not have a consensus with you on these items.
Sure, and likewise on the other way around. So.
Right. So I think that's the cleaner way to do it.
Nick, do you?
And with also the understanding that I do think that the committee should be guided by some principles, but instead of should, these are suggestions. They're required to consider them. Okay, I think it's a good thing that they be guided by some values and principles going forward, but these are all suggestions.
We could suggest that proposed changes to our town charter be evaluated, right? Based on the foul. I mean, I'm happy to change the language. But I do think that it's helpful when you're going through a detailed document to have something to guide you of, is it this way or that way? What does it accomplish or not accomplish?
No, agreed. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that we're asking them to consider this, but they may indeed, take this and, take all of the information and adopt their own out of what we've given them.
Oh, absolutely. That's true. That's what the charge, all we're supposed to do is make recommendations. We just thought that we had our minority recommendations, you had yours. We knew we weren't going to reach consensus. Gee, how did we know that? It's already happened with this board. So
I don't think the comments
it was trying to
helped
be a fit.
towards that end.
That's all
I
we
was
have.
trying a little humor,
Maria,
Maria.
that's all we have.
But I think that, you tell me, I can delete the first paragraph, but I'd like to read it for the record. Because it's relevant case law.
I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I guess I just wanted to make clear for both sets that these are recommendations to the committee that we are asking them to consider and respond to. I do think it's a good idea that they have some values and principles that are guiding them. I just felt, when I read it, I just felt the language was prescriptive as opposed to suggestive, and I just wanted to make sure that they were aware of that. That was the only thing. I don't necessarily object to it being in there.
Well,
My sense is also, if I might,
Sure.
they're great principles, and I'm a big fan of this form of town government that we have, very much so. So I agree very much with what you say, and putting it on a minority versus majority, in my mind, sets it almost like we're opposed to some of this, of what you say here, so.
Of the principles
Of
or
the
of-
principles, and
So
that's
those
just
could
not the
be
case.
on both,
That's
or-
just not the case.
We didn't intend
So-
that to be the
But
case.
that's
We
what
were
I'm
putting
saying,
it-
in
we were
terms of if
adding
you're
in
saying this is
supplement.
what we think, and it's almost like we think this, they don't, and I just want to make sure we avoid that type of thing, because that's simply just not
I
true.
mean, that's why reading it into the
So,
record might be
a good way
really
to do it, and
go,
then what we
because
present.
I don't think anyone's.
Yeah, and that way what we present is just the list of what we're looking for, so, but I also want to go on record, it's like, yeah.
Or why not add it to yours?
Why don't we,
So-
why
That's
don't we?
what
I was trying to
we
get at,
started
was
with.
merging
Let's
them.
just
Okay.
combine them.
But what we can't merge is
The
dis-
suggestion.
dis-
some of the
dis-
suggestions
the
that we just don't
disagreements.
agree.
Well, likewise, there's some of yours that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
there
what we're
are.
saying.
Yeah, no.
So could
And
they?
we can respectfully disagree. We
Yeah,
just
no,
want to
exactly.
present them
Yeah, yeah.
all to the
So-
charter revision for consideration.
Nick, can we just send these both forward?
I
Is that
think
fine?
so.
Well,
But again,
Is that all
I'd like to merge particularly the first part, unless there's those who disagree with what, so
I
from
think
that
by voting
perspective.
to
I think that's
support,
a
send them
great idea.
both forward, we're showing support for both of these things.
So that's my sense.
Someone
because-
wants to say that I didn't support that first paragraph, fine, but I do. So-
I do have a
Not
question though,
interested.
I don't want to get into the weeds, and I'm sorry, but I can't help but ask myself questions. And when you say you don't want the first selectman to have the tie-breaking vote, what do you suggest as the way, considering that the Board of Selectmen is a decision-making power?
Mhm.
And there are things that if there is no decision made, have consequences or have negative ramifications. So how do you deal with that?
So my understanding is Orange doesn't have a double vote, and they've been managing to deal with it quite successfully for a number of years. I think the idea is when somebody doesn't have a double vote in their back pocket, that then what you get at is an opportunity for people having to really meet in the middle, which is where our constituents are in this town. They are not for.
Well, and I would also offer
so
the
that's
commission
that's
can
why
come
I-
with something. The commission can offer something. I don't know what other things are.
But I think that's, look, this is a provision that apparently existed for a number of years. I think it was actually when the Republicans were in power in the 70s is what I've heard. So I'm not saying that this is a democratic thing that has to be gotten rid of. But I myself had a brief experience of it. I don't think it's useful. I think it's actually leads to more contention. And where you have the real possibility of a 3-3 board, then it's going to be on, everybody working together to reach the middle, which is.
Well, I certainly know one of the commission members, David Fogel, where he stands on this one. We
Yeah.
talked about it at length
Yeah,
in ordinance.
Yeah. It just is.
So-
It deviates from the model charter, and I've not found it to be useful in our town in practice. So that's why we put it forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of kind of where people personally feel about those particular issue, questions, suggestions that are raised, it's worth it for the
Committee to consider.
people to
Exactly.
look at it.
That's
And
what-
that's
yeah.
why
That's
it's
what we're
a
asking.
heavy lift to do charter
Yes.
revision work. So if we're going to do it, let's look at all the things that residents are asking about, regardless of how any individual feels. We should take a look at all of it.
Yeah.
That it's not worth going through the process to, and they, as a committee, will be able to look at things that we don't recommend as well.
Or
Right.
that come from the public
Or,
when they
right.
have from
The only thing
that's
is-
what I mean. Like
Yeah.
they're going to
Yeah.
they're going to have an opportunity to look at things outside the scope of this. So I don't think we need to, kind of micromanage all of the pieces of it. We can send forward everyone's ideas and everyone's thoughts right here. And I'm sure when we hear the public speak, we're going to hear things that are like, well, that's a good idea. They should, they should have a full conversation about that too. So,
I'm not
So I'd
sure.
sorry, can I make the motion that we put these two documents forward as the recommendations to the charter revision
Did we
commission?
decide how to,
No, I'm saying just the two documents as they are, putting them forward.
I'm okay with that.
Because Nick confirmed that it'd be okay, we put these two documents forward as they are.
I mean, legally, I think it's okay. Mika's point was, I just want to be clear that in this side of the room, putting forward their version, that it doesn't seem as if you guys are disagreeing with the initial paragraph in Amy's version.
Or
Am I
two
getting-
paragraphs.
or
Yeah.
paragraph and bullets? No,
Yes,
I feel
right.
strongly, I don't want
Okay,
I don't want there to be any question
Can
on
you
that.
just send me the second document and I'll put them together and I will upload it and you guys can review it too?
It's
like I
in
worked
the
with-
packet.
I only have one, right? Both of, yours is.
Ours is not in there? Why?
No,
it's
I
not
didn't
in-
see yours
I
in
didn't
there.
see it in there
No,
either, Allison.
But, so you have the one that you need to copy from?
Yes, I have
Okay.
What I'm suggesting.
Amy. I have
what
the
I'm
one with
sug-
Amy's paragraph.
What I'm suggesting we do is we put a document that indicates the information that's up there, unless, and somebody feels opposed to it,
yeah.
and you
So
can say that.
if there's things that are consistent, remove all the duplicates.
Correct.
And
Single document with
Make it a list.
that.
But put
and
everything
those-
in there.
Put
Put it all
all
in
the
there.
points, the 7
both
points they make,
documents.
the 9 points that we make, the last paragraph that they have on there is with regards to what they disagree with, and anything that we might disagree with. And I will say that I disagree with a machine vote on a referendum for the same reasons that you actually state up above, one of the beautiful things about the town meeting form of government. Because a machine vote takes away the opportunity for representatives of the town who know the most about what's happening from a budget perspective to actually comment on why numbers are what they are. And a machine vote really takes that, and it's actually one of the elements that I think speaks most vividly about this form of government. So I
So-
just want to make that,
But to be
No.
clear, we're not talking about getting rid of the town meeting. What you would do is
No, I know.
you would have a town meeting and then the vote would be deferred to a referendum. That's the way we have done it when something was considered to be
you're
reasonable
requesting a
for-
machine vote in every case, which is not the way it happens right now. The
No,
town-
I
at
agree,
the
but
town meeting.
but in requesting an annual town budget vote,
Mhm.
we would still have a preliminary budget hearing. We would,
Correct.
and we would then, and people would, and we would still have the Board of Finance come back with their final vote, and then their final, and a town meeting, and then you would recess the town meeting for a referendum rather than a vote. That's because, and I know it's two steps, but there's a lot of people in town who have said that they can't get to a 7:30 meeting, or a 7 o'clock, or whatever it is, and it's trying to give people the
But I
opportunity
have
to weigh
seen,
in.
for example, in this
Well,
town, as a matter of fact, situations where referendums, votes were kind of, it wasn't due to the numbers, and it was due to other reasons that people felt that they needed to not vote, to the point where I think we had 13 or 17 or whatever it was, and things of that nature. I've also
Oh, that worked out really well for the
so-
town, though.
so-
When they never passed the Amity budget, that was a great thing.
Mm.
I was trying to get people to pass it after the first couple, but it.
But as I say,
it
I
turned
just
out well.
wanted to make it known that, you put your
But all of these would be great discussions for the committee
Yeah.
to have
I
as
agree.
they gather their data, as they look at what similar towns do, as they debate, the merits, and downfalls of certain things, that will be part of their discussion and part of their work.
Okay.
So,
So can I suggest this, because I just want to make sure we do this exactly right. So paragraph 1 of this combined document would be the Condon quote. Paragraph 2 would be your paragraph 1, which is specific about the statute that gives a provision. Paragraph 3 is the bullets about the principles, right? And then at that point, you have to document that says that, you know, these selectmen ask you to look at these 9 things that you have on yours, right? And these selectmen, the 2 of us, ask you to look at these things.
But why?
Why can't we just
Just
combine
put
them?
the
We
list-
just say the selectmen ask you to look at.
The Board
all
of
these
Selectmen, it's a Board of Selectmen document, is my understanding. It's our Board of Selectmen recommendation to the committee, and this is what the Board of Selectmen, you're getting what they're seeing what you want them to say. There's no reason for it to be separated.
We're not indicating agreement or disagreement with any particular.
Well, we are in terms of anything we may feel.
At this time, we're
that's
sending
true.
everything.
Giving suggestions.
I think I
to
would
look
like, just to be clear, because I would go then to public comment and be against the 4 years. I think for clarity, we could say that the following, not to suggest that it's unanimous, but the following suggestions have been made by members, though not necessarily unanimously.
I think that's
Just
fair.
asterisk,
Is that
just
fair?
asterisk, the ones
Yeah,
that.
I think.
But I don't think there should be, well, we oppose this, or we oppose this for any reason. These are the suggestions.
Fine,
And-
I'm just gonna
And
say,
so
though not
moving-
necessarily, I'm just gonna say, we'll list everything and say that the selectmen are offering them, though not necessarily unanimous.
Fair.
Without any statements of
The
opposition.
asterisk that says these were not
Okay.
unanimous.
That seems reasonable
That
and,
seems.
and fair.
And the ones that
Yeah,
are
that-
duplicate, do you want to very
Well,
quickly
To be
identify?
honest, I now have both documents and I will rewatch the tape for the exact order.
Amy,
I made a few
could you
notes
give
on
her
yours,
this?
with
Got it.
paragraphs, and I
Yeah,
have yours
Steve's-
now,
Steve's
I'll
got
put
it.
it, yeah.
If there's any
And
questions,
now I have both the other ones.
we'll review it. If there's any questions, we will reach out.
I'd like to proof it,
So
of course, thank you.
we will make sure that.
You'll find,
But please
I'm a
understand, when we
terrible
email you,
proofer.
when
I
we,
actually found a problem with your minutes, so I warn you.
With my minutes?
Yes.
so we will,
No problem.
yeah,
Don't
we
take it
will,
personally.
we will send it out.
What's the motion?
I don't, trust me.
The motion is a single document. I'll make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, was there a motion on the table?
Is there a motion on
I
the table?
started to, but then I was
don't know.
asked. Then I was
Oh, you started and then,
Yeah.
Okay.
I was asked to. So I
Motion-
withdraw the motion that I was trying to
Starting.
make.
You might need to make a motion, I think I can do it.
I make-
Yeah.
Amy, would you like to? Or?
No, would it be helpful?
I mean, I think
I'm
we're-
ready to do it, but by all means.
Okay, so, so the motion is to prepare a document that combines these two as follows. These two pieces, recommendations. Paragraph 1 is from Andrea's and my draft. Paragraph 2 is from the draft that Steve gave me. Paragraph 3 is from Andrea's and my draft with the principles. Then we create a new fourth section that starts out, the selectmen offer the following suggestions without, what was the language I used? Without
Non-unanimously.
without necessarily being unanimous, right? Is that fair enough language? And then we just list everything. And in turn, we understand that, I don't think the document will not include the final objections that we had, which is in a narrative.
Correct.
So after 1 through 7 of what Andrea and I had, that'll be deleted. And in turn, I don't care whether it's in there or not, but I don't know that we need the commission appointment, et cetera. So.
I had shared that for reference.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
it's
that,
just
so
you
then
get
we
it.
just are done for them.
Yeah.
They'll, I'm sure somebody will
Yes.
point out the logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's my,
I'll second that motion.
thank you.
Any discussion, any questions?
I think we had the discussion.
All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is a consent agenda, and I have a feeling we might want to take a look at the minutes. Could be wrong.
Pat let me know last minute there didn't end up being any refunds, so we have to remove refunds from the
So I'll make a motion that we break the items out of the consent agenda, and we take the matter of minutes on its own. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, meeting minutes. Next item on the agenda is to approve the meeting minutes. Are there any comments or items that we want to bring up on the minutes?
Yes. On page 5, with respect to Dan Del Prete, it says he will serve a 4-year term ending December 31, 2027, which is not 4 years. So which one is it?
It's a 2-year. He was filling the vacancy,
Thank you.
as I recall.
I just
Yes.
thought we should be
Yeah.
accurate. So, thank you.
Spent a lot of time looking at those charts, so
That's fine, thank you. I noticed a few other things, and I'm just gonna say, for your sake, I always proofed all of Jerry Shaw's minutes. I think it's useful for somebody, it doesn't have to be Mika.
Well, that's part of
to
this
proof
process,
them.
right? You have to approve them and point out any.
But I don't want to point out to you that you spelled Roy Ivan's name wrong. I don't want to point out to you, things like the word "for" is spelled wrong. I'm going to notice that happens to be I used to do corporate law, so you pay attention to every comma. But I just think because this is a record, and I just went back to records of 1937 in the town, looking up issues about the fire commission. I just think it's helpful to have it proofed, that's all. It's up to the board, it's just a recommendation. Otherwise, I will continue to point out the substantive ones that I note. So,
We have
but
no
I would
problem.
ask that
There's
correction
certainly
be
no
made.
problem with having somebody in the staff proof it again. Karen's here for the meetings, so you can have her proof it, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, or Tony could,
are there any other changes?
No,
Okay.
because as I said, the other ones are kind of Scrivener's errors. It's just an effort to.
And we don't usually have seven-page minutes, yeah.
No, I'm
There's gonna be stuff,
So-
yeah.
Allison, that's why I'm saying I always make typos. I'm just saying that's why you have
Yeah.
somebody prove it.
Sounds good.
So I'll make
Any-
a motion, we accept those changes to the
There's
minutes.
one change, so that
The
Dan
one-
Del Prete is
Dan Del Prete.
2-year term ending December
the
31, 2027.
Second.
Any other questions, any other comments?
And we're also removing,
There were no
the tax
refunds, yeah.
refunds,
Yep.
correct? Is that part of this motion as well? Do we have to vote on that, or is that just taken out because there
No,
aren't any?
that was part of the consent agenda. So, all in favor? Motion carries. That concludes our agenda for this evening. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second? Thank you very much.